2 days of content, amazing speakers from some fantastic brands. And today we are going to continue the show. Half-day program today. We know it's a Friday, but we really do have another great group of speakers joining us. We're going to kick off in just a minute with Tariq Hassan, the Chief Marketing Officer of Petco, along with Jay Altschuler, his VP of Media, to understand how those two work together in terms of building a next generation marketing and media organization and tackling all of the fantastic challenges and opportunities before them. From there, we're going to hear from speakers at Coty Beauty, MasterCard, Verizon, Bloomberg Media, PepsiCo, State Farm, and Experian, among others. It's going to be an insightful and compelling program, and we are happy to have you here with us today. Reminder, again, we allocate time at the tail end of all of our sessions for some audience Q&A to the best of our ability, so please keep those questions coming. All of the sessions from the last 2 days are already or will be shortly posted to our on-demand section, as will today's programming. So if you do miss something, you can always check that out on our site or on YouTube, and make sure that you don't miss any really insightful conversations. As always, we use the hashtag BILivecast. So if you're going to be posting and tweeting along with us or posting on LinkedIn, we welcome you and encourage for you to use that hashtag. Before we kick off, we're going to show our sizzle reel, I believe, one last time for those of you who have missed it. During South by Southwest, I believe it's our biggest activation, a clubhouse of sorts for all the brand marketers that descend on Austin. Great food, great people, great conversations. And unfortunately, for the second year in a row, we can't be in Austin right now, but we are thrilled to be here with you guys virtually. This is our first ever 4-day summit, the Brand Innovators Trend Watch event.
Using fresh ingredients, it's really very important to have a great cocktail. 3/4 of 1 ounce. Voila. Ladies and gentlemen, let's raise our glass. Salute!
One of the challenges in the pandemic was, of course, so much of our business came through the drive-through. A higher percentage would come into our shops because they wanted that experience. Well, how can we interject over the long term that experiential component into our drive-through, into digital, into other components of our business? We have relied on that shop experience. Then the question becomes, how do you up that experience and make it unique in a bunch of different channels?
That's been, marketing since the dawn of time, but now it's that we can do it in a one-on-one scale if we have the right tools, if we have the right data, which just means we need to think about it in new, different ways.
What we continue to do is stay very close to our guests, like what's happening right now in pop culture, not what happened, 2 hours ago or 3 hours ago, and basically open up a whole avenue that we call internally as live advertising. It's really understanding what's happening in society currently, like today, right now.
When Pizza Hut was at its best, we were also on the forefront of innovation. And, last year we were able to bring to market the first plant-based pizza launched nationally by any pizza player in the U.S. with our partnership with Beyond.
We have a lot of really strong, great marketing talent out in the various markets that, really understand what's going on at the local level and can help kind of take what we know about the brand and kind of macro level, but bring it to life in such a locally relevant way.
The role of consumer marketing is to figure out ways in which we can increase the percentage of people who say, there's a community for me on Reddit. This is a relevant product for me. It starts to become a daily habit and something that they're finding value in every single day.
We did disrupt the industry and we disrupted an experience. And I think we're still innovating in those areas, especially in results, to the pandemic, of how we're reaching consumers and how they're shopping and virtual appointments and how we're connecting with them.
Most consumers today want to invest in brands that are doing good in the world.
As we think about DEI, it's not just people of color, it's people in the, LGBTQ plus community, people with different abilities. As we think about our Asian brothers and sisters and what they're going through at a time like this, companies really have to pause and really embrace their internal employees. And so a lot of the work that needs to start has to and must start internally.
Diversity is a fact. It's just representation. It's who we are. It's identity. Everyone is diverse. Inclusion is a choice. It's a choice that is often made by the person including versus the person needing to be included. So there's already privilege in that equation. All of us can remember a time where we haven't belonged and what that feels like, and also know what belonging needs to feel like and should feel like and connect to it. And so it is a universal concept. It transcends all people. It is directly connected to humanity.
In the face of such hate and in the face of such violence, if what the Me Too movement, if what Black Lives Matter taught us was that this is a worthy fight, worthy of our time, worthy of our attention. And this is not just our fight. This is a cultural awakening that's been happening for a few years now. We have to continue to fight for a better future so then the people that come after us don't have to have the same conversations. They can have a different conversation.
It really takes that breaking through to the other side of bringing together a coalition of allies for across all communities for us to kind of break out of the echo chamber and really turn this into a national movement. And I'm so grateful for this space where we can have that community as members and allies.
This is a really important time for brands to step forward. This is not a time to call it play it safe and be unheard, unseen. You've got to be seen, you've got to be visible.
With the cultural demographic shift that's happening in this country, more and more people are asking those questions. What is it the brand is doing and what are they standing for and how are you showing up? So engaging with the consumer and leading by example is incredibly important.
All right, it is my honor and pleasure for the third day to introduce Alan from TV Rev, who's going to be emceeing and leading us through the rest of our program. So again, it's been wonderful having Alan here to run the show, to provide some great insight and commentary as we learn from all these amazing brand marketers and speakers. So Alan, the stage is yours. Take it away.
Okay, thank you, David. And it has been an honor to be here. This has been such a great show, so many great insights and so many great speakers. And speaking of great speakers, we're going to start off today with my colleague from TV Rev, John Casillo, who is going to give us another little bit of insight, this time from iSpot. So for some reason, we had Jason's picture there, but here is John Casillo, and he's with us from Los Angeles really early in the morning. It's about 7 o'clock there. So let's give it up for John for waking up early to lay some iSpot knowledge on us. I'm going to disappear.
Hey, everyone. Like Alan said, I'm John Casillo, analyst with TV Rev. So just wanted to share another report here from our friends at iSpot. We created this with them at the end of Q1, just talking about new advertisers to TV. You know, obviously last March, April, a lot happened on TV, a lot happened everywhere, but TV in particular saw a ton of change between tentpoles being canceled, sports being completely pulled off the air. And in March and April last year, that led to over 1,200 new advertisers on television. A lot of those effects, while we've seen them change and subside a bit, we're still seeing market conditions that allow for new advertisers to jump on TV. As we'll see in the report, 569 new advertisers showed up on TV in Q1. You saw an increase in scatter, different programming options, still new day parts for folks. You also saw ad rates go down for TV, and that allowed new advertisers to be able to jump in. And not just like, you know, at the late night program or in an early day kids show, but the Super Bowl saw, you know, over 20 new advertisers. The Oscars saw over 20 new advertisers this year. So what we're seeing now is that, you know, TV still the most viable place for, you know, reach and effective brand messaging to reach consumers. And you're seeing now with costs going down a bit, it's creating even more democratized ad buying for brands. And you'll see this list is just a sampling of like some of the new brands that appeared on TV. Some of them look familiar. You see like Michelob Ultra, that's their organic seltzer. So that's a new brand, according to iSpot. Some of these brands too are brands that appeared in the past, one like Ruffles, where they hadn't appeared in a couple of years and then came back. So those are all included in new advertisers. In Q1, new advertisers made up about 1% of TV ad impressions across TV, which pretty big number, again, considering the amount of advertisers that do appear. You'll see different areas like immune disease would account for the most impressions. Obviously, pharma brings in, you know, new brands all the time, has them leave the air. Banking and payments was another one. Go2 Bank emerged. Klarna, who some might remember from the Super Bowl, pretty much that was one of their only advertisements for the entire Q1, but made a big impact for banking and payments. Again, beer, that would be Michelob Ultra, organic seltzer, Mike's Hard Lemonade, hard seltzers also included in there. You also saw, again, different vitamins and supplements, business supplies and services. You'll notice some of these, again, familiar brands. New York Times Cooking, a new one on there, as well as brands like Allbirds, who a successful DTC brand that's been able to now extend to TV. And realistically, like as addressable grows and as scatter market continues to grow, you're going to see more and more new brands be able to join TV because of that ability to either A, get in at a lower rate, or B, get in at a higher rate, but get in a more targeted fashion.
Thank you, John. Thank you. That's great. This is, fascinating report. It's definitely a trend that we're seeing. We've talked to iSpot about it, especially the CTV brands is a huge thing. A lot of them, you have sort of come to realize, okay, yeah, we've reached everybody on Instagram that we're going to reach. TV gives us more reach, sort of more sophistication, sort of it makes the brand feel bigger. And they have all the video already that they've shot for Instagram that they can just repurpose. So we're going to start seeing a lot more brands. That's one of the promises of CTV. And if you do want to learn more about CTV and the whole evolving ecosystem, again, remember to check us out at tvrev.com. Now that I've given a shameless plug, we're going to turn it over to the first speakers of the day. And we have Petco's CMO, Tariq Hassan, and the VP of Media, Jay Altshuler. And they're going to look at how marketing and media work together, how creativity and data are ultimate partners, and how industry leaders can build a world-class next-generation team that accounts for the ever-expanding media ecosystem, new tools, technologies, behaviors, platforms, and disciplines. So take it away, guys. Petco. And we have Timothy Smith, who is going to be there. He's the Senior Director of Client Development at Trade Desk, and he is going to be the MC or moderator, if you will. And I'll shut up now. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Alan. I'm really excited to be here today with Brand Innovators alongside both Tariq and Jay from Petco for this really great discussion about how marketing and media work together and how these two gentlemen have used digital as a conduit for change for Petco as a brand. Part of my remit here at the Trade Desk is to help brands evolve their digital media and programmatic practices. And after speaking to these two in preparation for this panel and learning more about how they approach the digital landscape, I can confidently say we're all going to learn a lot today about how to facilitate change and how to do it successfully. So with that said, Tariq and Jay, thank you so much for participating today. I'm really, really honored to be moderating this session with you both and can't wait for you to share with our audience this incredible story about the recent transformation of Petco and how your marketing strategy has evolved throughout the process. To get us started, can you just share a bit about your roles at the company and what your days to days look like at Petco?
Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, so I think I have to hand it to Tariq. He created a title called the VP of Media Transformation, and I think that really just speaks to the ambition of the company and really how we put data at the center of that at the company, and thinking about how we use data to drive our marketing ambition. And so, the first job was really just to reorganize and re-architect that data to be business outcome focused, and to really focus that role of media to drive incremental growth and customer acquisition, as well as thinking about how to drive revenue growth.
I'm the Chief Marketing Officer, so I get the pleasure and the honor of getting the credit for the amazing work that these guys do, to be honest. But it's funny. When you got a big problem, the key, I guess, is to put it in the title. And so Jay's title is actually a reflection of the journey that I knew we needed to go on as an organization. So I made it glamorous and made it part of his title, so he couldn't say he wasn't warned before he came in terms of the challenges he's had to take on with us. And it's been a tremendous journey and ride to where we've been able to get to with his leadership.
I think it's great. In mind, I think we also just need to take a quick pause and recognize that today is Tariq's birthday. If we were together, he'd take hand at the table, but happy birthday to my boss.
Thanks, Jay.
Happy birthday, Tarek, and thanks for the introductions there, guys. It's so great to hear how data is at the forefront of what you guys are doing. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive in. Before this recent brand evolution, which we'll get into a bit, Petco's always taken this data-driven approach, like you mentioned, Jay. Can you tell us a bit about how and why you built a data-first marketing strategy and really what it means for Petco to have marketing and media work together?
Yeah, I would say Petco has been fairly lucky and prescient in the fact that they've had a loyalty program for years. Now our Pals loyalty program is over 20 million people strong. And being a retailer, we own our own POS. And so that really affords us in this day and age to create amazing first-party data signals and to create closed-loop attribution. So I talked at the beginning, the ability to reimagine media to be business outcome focused. And I think that's critical, for us as a media and marketing crew to also speak the language of the business. And we really needed to figure out how to evolve media from kind of short-term thinking and maybe just optimizing on short-term revenue to really thinking about customer acquisition and lifetime value. And I would say that was the first kind of big transformation that Tarek set out in front of us and that we went to go after.
That's great. I really like to hear about how you guys are so focused on measuring back to real world business results, as I just believe that's one of the main benefits that digital provides us all with as compared to some of the other legacy media channels. I guess at this stage, how is your team thinking about performance marketing versus brand marketing? I'm curious if you considered them as separate buckets, or how do you see them working together, if at all?
Yeah, Tarek and I have had a lot of conversation about this, and I think it's a bit of a false construct that there's kind of a bucket for performance and a bucket for brand. I mean, everything needs to perform. Otherwise, why would you invest behind it? And that is validated when we start to look at the different signals and different measurement tools that we have. We use things like Nielsen MMM modeling, and then we also have multi-touch attribution. We have real-time signals that we can understand just based on the fact that we own our POS and have closed-loop attribution. When you start to really peek under the hood, what you realize is that you need equal parts, what we're calling kind of demand creation and demand fulfillment. That's how you build the flywheel. You can't do one without the other. And so it all really works seamlessly together. What we realize is that, when you want to maximize lifetime value, when you want to maximize even short-term revenue, you can't do it without, fantastic creative, driving in video. Video is sight, sound, emotion. It's really powerful storytelling that gets noticed, that cuts through, that drives awareness and drives demand. And then we have, really fantastic tools to fulfill that demand. And so it all works together, and it's all branded performance.
Yeah, I'd say in simple terms, Timothy, we're on a mission to remove the versus. We don't believe in it. We think it's a false pretense, and you've seen it in the direct consumer businesses that have initial great acquisition capabilities, but you bring a number of competitors into your category. If you haven't, and you haven't established that brand, you haven't established that affinity, you haven't created differentiation, which the digital signals do a great job in terms of conversion. But the depth of the connection we're talking about, and that differentiation we're talking about, and again, that we think that's channel agnostic in terms of how we think about the brand component of it. But if you're not building that connectivity, then you might fill the net originally. You might harvest really quickly and do well, but as we've seen with a number of companies that have to pivot and figure out how to expand that desire to increase acquisition.
I'm going to have to steal the remove the versus. I love that phrase. That's a great one. Hearing how brand storytelling kind of supports this expanded acquisition net for Petco, I think is a really, really great takeaway. It's easier said than done to have performance and brand strategy support one another. And I think it's helpful for everyone to see case studies like this where it's worked so well and you guys have made something that has worked. I guess, how are you thinking about allocation of spend of performance versus brand? And has that changed at all for you guys over the years?
Yeah, I think that this year was actually a pretty seminal year for us. Over the last few years, we have kind of toyed back and forth between, upper funnel and lower funnel, just, understanding, that trade-off between, short-term and long-term payoffs. And I would say that we were skewing a little bit more towards sort of classic performance media mechanics, just because I think we were probably underrepresented there historically. And we were getting a lot of unfulfilled demand that we had to meet. And so, as we started to catch up to that, we realized that we hit an inflection point this year, and we needed to get back to telling our stories and really building that brand. And again, I'll leave it to Tarek to really talk about the health and wellness pivot that we made as a company. And I think that was really our North Star that guided our media choices this year.
I think the other piece of this is that, I just got finished saying that you have to have that mix. The reality is we were more prepared to be able to address and meet our audience on the demand side than frankly we were on the creation of that demand. On the acquisition side versus demand side. While we were building these capabilities to harvest that pent up demand that Jay was talking about, we were moving quickly to recreate what this business was about, to recreate what the brand was about, and recreate the purpose for the company that would allow us to start to create a story. Truth be told, we neither had the money, nor did we, in fact, have the brand story 2.5 years ago, when we started to repivot the company. So it was, thoughtful coincidence, I guess I would say, that we've been able to sort of get to this point. But the reality is the work that Jay's team has done leading up to this year created confidence on our ability to convert, created confidence in our ability to measure that conversion. And Timothy, you said something earlier about the digital signals, but the reality is Jay's team's not only doing it in our traditional digital channels, we're also doing it for our brick and mortar physical locations, where that same life cycle and flywheel of support and then measurement in terms of both traffic in our center stores for actual merchandise, but they've also found a way to drive that same discipline around our veterinarian business for appointments and our grooming business for appointments. And so that created a different level of confidence in the organization, so that when we were able to then come back and say, look, the company itself is ready to tell a bigger brand story. That story has to get out there. We need to shift the mix of the dollars. There's only one bucket of money. It's not like someone shows up with additional brand dollars just because you're ready. And the team's done a tremendous job of helping the organization understand that we can keep our eye on the prize of what we're doing to harvest that demand. But if you really want to drive future growth and have that growth mindset, you got to start increasing that demand opportunity, which the team's done a tremendous job doing.
That's great. Thanks so much for that insight. I guess I'd love to hear a little bit about how you guys leverage data to do this, both whether it's first and third party. Can you talk a bit about that and how you leverage data for the performance and brand campaigns?
So let me speak to the legacy piece, and then Jay can talk about how we put it into action. Part of the reason I joined this organization was something that Jay mentioned at the front end. There was a wealth of data through our loyalty program that, frankly, while it was large, was not being leveraged from a first party perspective. 85% of our transactions take place on our loyalty card, which is just an obscenely high number. You combine that with data sources from our veterinarian business and from our grooming business, and like so many companies, those were verticalized streams that were not connected. We went through the discipline of bringing our first party data together to create a meaningful data pool for us to access. And we've done a tremendous job of starting to really create that data, not only in terms of the continued demand that we're pulling in from that, but also start to connect with those customers in a much more loyalty based and also innovate off that data. So we just launched a subscription business for the first time for dog in the fall. You can imagine a lot of that, the signals to develop that subscription came off that data. And then as we continue to move forward, so that's the first party component of it. And we know how critical that is given the privacy challenges, given the cookieless world we're heading into. We feel like we've got a pretty great foundation. So that's sort of the internal piece. I'll let Jay speak to how we're starting to actually activate and acquire accordingly.
Yeah, as a media person, I feel like a kid in a candy store. We have amazing first party data. Like I said, we have the signals from our POS to create closed loop attribution. And so, we quickly started to develop really meaningful cohort models where we can start to, do everyday life cycle and life stage marketing. So understanding our different cohorts based on their purchase cycles, based on their habits, being able to create really tight propensity modeling to understand next best product, and to create lookalike modeling based on the people that we are acquiring. How do we find more of those right people and find the white spaces of kind of consumers that are primarily Petco consumers and have the highest propensity to be to be Petco consumers and to really understand our whole health proposition as a differentiator versus some of our competitors. And so it's really everything is leveraged off that first party data to go out and acquire new users, to go retain our current users, and as Tarek was talking about, as we are starting to develop new loyalty programs, whether it's credit cards or our services, how do we start to get more of our current users into the full portfolio and become kind of omni users and one Petco customers.
I really like that anecdote about using data to find the white space of new customers you haven't yet reached. That's a great one. I think this is a good time to segue to this topic around this convergence, excuse me, of brand moment and performance marketing. So in parallel to your guys' team's work on performance marketing, the Petco brand was really in this process of being redefined. Can you talk a bit about the convergence of these two moments and really how you use digital to be the tip of the spear for this change?
Yeah, let me start with what led that convergence, and Jay can talk about how the team's done a great job capitalizing on it. I joined the organization almost 3 years ago with a new leadership that like many in the retail space were facing the headlines of the retail apocalypse, if you will, something we reject. But it is a retail apocalypse unless you can actually create a reason for being for your business, and unless you can create a value equation for your business. And we're fortunate enough to work in a category where not only is that relevance there, but the purpose that was sitting at our doorstep to be able to take advantage of really hadn't been leveraged. The category had been highly transactional, hadn't really been engaged with their customer market the way they could be. And if you think about a category, probably the only category that's more emotionally connected is that of babies, right? And the reality is the analogs to how we take care of our kids is not a far cry from how it is we take care of our pets. And this is something we recognize, but we also saw that no one was actually capitalizing on this in the category. And then we had to figure out how we're going to differentiate versus our other competitors out there. We're not in the algorithm game of just pure merchandise play. We have no desire to play Chewy's game. We have no desire to play Amazon's game. What we're in the business of, and that's where you saw us start to do the work, is repositioning the company around health and wellness. And what Jay described about moving customers across that ecosystem of our business is a dedicated focus of how our actual business strategy is going to come into life, which is rather than being challenged to measure our total share of merchandise, we actually focus our business on sharing total share of wallet for pet, which involves a lot more than just food and supplies. Having said that, it's one thing to actually think you want to do that. It's another thing when you have a brand that's 50 years old that people think of as a brick and mortar retailer, and you've got to figure out how you're going to tell a story to get them to rethink and create a moment of reconsideration for your brand. That's the journey we were on for the last 2 years. We started it 2 years ago by removing $100 million worth of merchandise in products with additives and preservatives in it in our food category. It was the first signal that we were going to become something different in the health and wellness space. We've then gone on to remove shock collars and evasive training devices. We've removed rawhide. We've had a foundation that was already in place, but we're continuing to leverage that to end euthanasia for pets. And so you're seeing the organization codify itself not around the traditional elements of retail, of transactional and traffic measures, but rather stepping up to develop a brand proposition that's about taking care of the whole health of the pet that Jay was mentioning earlier. It's differentiating us versus the competition. It's, in fact, we believe, putting us in a different business completely. And then the question became, how the heck do you make sure the world knows you've done this, and how do you start to bring that to life across omni-channel perspective? So here we stand at the point where Jay's team had done a great job through the pandemic. A little acceleration in the pet industry didn't hurt during that window, but they did a great job driving our performance in that place, giving that confidence that we then were ready to tell this broader story, particularly throwing the dash of an IPO in the process, which just sort of takes going public and adding another layer of requirement awareness. And it was time to tell the story. And so Jay's team did a great job of explaining that and figuring out how we move those dollars. But I'll let Jay speak to the execution of that and how we capitalized on it.
Yeah, it's been an exciting year, as Tarek is saying. There's a lot that's been going on, and we were really excited this year to to put that flywheel in full motion. And as Tarek was saying, we really don't look at kind of brand versus performance. All of this has to work seamlessly together. Being able to reposition the company, go out and tell that story, is also a way for us to to think about how to take those upper funnel media channels and start to create a multiplier effect downstream. And so, when we think about it just from a media approach and what we're trying to do in terms of acquiring new customers, acquiring the right customers, getting them deeper into our product portfolio, is really that brand moment of us repositioning and being able to go tell that story that's actually allowing us to do this in a much more effective way. If we just start to look at the efficiency of what we're getting through search and the traffic that we are driving back online and into store. And I think this is what's really interesting. Tarek made mention of this. We're an omni-channel retailer, and we have to play a little bit of a different game than some of the algorithm guys. And so it's important for me to be able to understand the impact that the marketing has both on brick and mortar and online, and how we do it in a complementary way. Again, part of the consumer pathing to create omni-channel users, we can have them directly come to an e-com channel, or they can start in store and then ultimately become a full, omni-channel user. And part of that also is through some of the services that Tarek has stood up, with the company, whether it's same day delivery or curbside, over the past year. We really want to first understand how consumers want to shop us, and realizing that this pet category is not kind of a 9-to-5 business. Our consumers and our modern consumers, modern pet parents, believe that our business is always on. And, whenever they want something, whether it's just, on social and kind of social discovery, or there's a certain need, you've run out of food, or, have a real issue, we want to be able to meet them at any point throughout that journey at any time. And so we've really set up a media approach and marketing approach to ensure that we're always on and omni-channel. And kind of part of that also is us being able to look at the business both from a national scale, but ultimately we're 1,500 individual stores. And so kind of the dynamics of a store in let's call it Myrtlewood, South Carolina versus Manhattan, New York, are completely different. And so we've also set up the media to look at it from a national standpoint, but to also be really hyper local. And so we have the ability now to kind of lever up and down our spend, down at the store level, depending on the dynamics of that store.
That's great. So much great stuff to unpack there. I really like this concept of end-to-end pet health. And I only wish human healthcare was this easy and streamlined. Speaking of change, last year, the entire industry experienced this acceleration of different consumer behaviors due to the pandemic. People are spending more time at home, less time with traditional media channels like linear TV and digital out of home, and more time on connected television. Can you tell us a little bit about how the pandemic changed Petco's approach to digital and marketing overall, and just sped up the pace of some of what was already in your pipeline?
Yeah, why don't I hit a little bit on the consumer, and then Jay can talk about again how we sort of apply it from a strategy perspective. What Jay was just referencing is there was an also big aha, ironically, during the pandemic, which is we may want to believe that we can student body right our entire consumer audience to behave a certain way. But even during the pandemic, we saw very, very different behaviors than just simple digital direct to consumer. What we saw was customers start to really leverage digital in a broad way to meet their needs and how they needed things at the moment. And you kind of saw it in phases. So if you think about the first part of that pandemic, when we saw a lot of stock up behavior that was going on inside of a lot of traditional grocery channels, you had more storefronts closed, et cetera. We saw a significant increase, obviously, in our e-commerce and our direct-to-consumer business. Massive, triple-digit growth. But as you move through the year and you look at the behavior and the performance of what Jay's team did, you saw that start to move around. And in actual fact, much of that performance work that was being done and was driving e-com sales at the beginning of the pandemic started to actually drive over-index in brick-and-mortar sales. And that came in the form of either direct sales in those markets that were functioning in a more safe and open environment, weren't facing as necessarily the same impacts of the pandemic, or through some of the elements that Jay was talking about, buy online, pick up in store, buy online, pick up at curbside. And then as we started to launch same day, that was a big aha for us because it really shot down a lot of these assumptions that everything had to move to this pure line channel of search leads to digital transaction, leads to delivery. It also led to a change in how we think about infrastructure for our stores. So 1,500 stores became a significant strategic advantage for us, not because customers were necessarily coming in those storefronts, but that then in turn essentially created about 900 mini distribution centers for us, in which we could then engage customers not only through a central distribution center of our e-commerce sales, but in those cases when inventory became challenged, we started to use those stores as a way to get customers what they needed in a much faster period of time. So when you saw major players who were traditionally 2 to 3 day delivery start to falter to 5 to 7 to 10 days, we were able to hold ourselves 2 to 3 days. So it was a significant infrastructure learning for us, but it also gave us a lot to understand about how customers are going to behave and how they want us to engage with them.
Yeah, let me just talk about some media stuff, just in complementary to that. I think it's some big ahas for us also as we went through the pandemic and saw consumer behavior change. I think and Tarek was kind of mentioning, I think the ingoing assumption was that to drive the demand that we were seeing in the e-com business, search was the best channel to do so, and it was almost kind of an untapped well. You can almost spend an unlimited amount of money in search, and it would always pay off. Based on maybe some earlier MMM models. But what we realized is twofold. One, kind of search was doing a really good job of picking up on the demand against our current user base, and so it wasn't necessarily going against the goal of new user acquisition. It was working much better against kind of picking up demand against our current users, which is also really important. But we had to really kind of unpack that to kind of go back to those business outcomes and use search, kind of specifically for what we were seeing, which tended to be more retention. And what they were really doing is kind of going online and using search as a way to understand in-stock levels at a certain store, and almost using digital for showrooming and then going into the store to actually purchase, which is great for us. We don't really mind kind of where people shop. Again, we want to be kind of open. But then, we kind of went back to some of our MMM analysis. What we realized is that OLV, OTT, online display, and social were actually much better channels for acquisition and even for e-com acquisition. And so, that was a big aha for us as well. It's just, being able to understand, what channels tend to do better from, kind of retention versus acquisition, and, understanding where that acquisition is happening and where we're driving the impact, whether it's in store or e-com. And so, these are the data signals, and it's great that we have now kind of this fidelity to be able to understand that, again, at a macro scale and even down to a zip.
That's great. A lot of good stuff in there. And I love how you guys stood up curbside delivery in just 1 week, when I imagine you thought it would probably take much, much longer. I'll bet there were a lot of late nights and early mornings to get that done, but very well worth it, I'm sure. And I also love, Jay, how you talked about, looking at your MMM models and seeing how well OLV was doing, and, really leaning into some of the benefits that OLV and CTV allow us to have to achieve that better reach at an optimal frequency, all while paying the right price for each impression. I guess one other question I have is just that, knowing that the pandemic has changed so much, what's changed for good for Petco? And is there anything that will revert back to the way things were before the world shut down last March for you guys?
Look, I think if you start pre-pandemic, we're in a business that was growing on average anywhere from 4 to 6% a year. This is a significantly growth business to begin with. The pandemic, roughly about 35% of all households had added a pet to their family during the pandemic. So that added a couple more points to what was already a pretty fast growing category. I think the thing that will remain is the dire need of a customer to not simply acquire something with us, but to actually engage. You're taking care of a living thing that's part of your family, that comes with the same kind of confusion, uncertainty, questions, and requirements that are much more in depth than simply acquiring an inanimate object, right? That with it brings advantages and opportunities. We started on a pathway to advantage those with things like our subscription model. I think you're going to see that kind of thing continue. You've seen us start to connect the business, and Jay talked about how we're doing it overtly through our spend. You're going to see that kind of, that importance continue. And you're seeing us innovate in a very different way to meet that need, both as it relates to how we innovate product and services for our customers. We're now in the insurance business. Earlier this week, we launched a credit card with an annual $1 million commitment to ending euthanasia. So you've seen us shift to becoming a health and wellness company. We don't even refer to our locations as stores anymore. They're care centers. Those things are all going to be to do what we move forward. I think the thing that was a learning of what will remain is the role of those physical locations. How they get used, the frequency in which they get used may change slightly, but there's a purpose for them. And that's been confirmed not only by what we're doing inside the four walls, but what the customers are showing us they're going to do with the way they behave. The data is being very, very clear on how we engage with them. But I'll let Jay speak to sort of the ingoing, prior, and changes that'll stay forward in terms of how we spend and engage.
Yeah, Tarek, I think it's probably fair to say that the consumers wanting to shop, whenever, wherever they want, whether that's in the store or online, will continue. I think that there was a good percentage of people that shopped online with us for the first time, and we're finding that kind of 80% of those people will continue to shop online. Just because of the convenience and being able to offer different options for them. What we're
now,
finding.
Sorry, Jim, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. It's my turn to do a call out on him now, which is the way that they do it. We're also innovating. And Jay, just yesterday, Jay and his team were one of the early adopters of Facebook's new live stream shopping technology. We had a fantastic event yesterday with a runway with good purpose behind it, right? A fashion show with shelter dogs. That was a great way to hit both on our purpose of how do you save these pets, but also how do you reflect the products that we're selling in a really engaging way. So I think that's the part that will change, is the places we go to engage in that. Sorry, Jay, I just want to call you guys out because it's a fantastic day.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, just to build on that, that comes from, kind of insight and data from our consumers, realizing that, discovery is increasingly happening in the social channels. Those are ways that consumers are now finding new products and services. And so, as we really start to lean into being an omni-channel retailer with a digital first pivot, social is kind of at the tip of that spear and social selling. And, I think kind of two of our own brands in particular, kind of our Ready brand and our Yuli brand, which, we kind of call a little bit more kind of millennial forward brands. The way that we merchandise the clothes from those brands are very Instagrammable. And really just meant for the digital age. That was kind of the impetus of really trying to test out live social selling. We have modern brands where people are actually discovering those brands first through social channels. We know that the role of influencer plays a significant place in our go-to-market strategy around these brands and how they're discovered. And, we really want to get the word out to a much larger audience. And, that was the idea yesterday of kind of testing and learning into this space. How can we create these live social selling moments, reduce as much friction out of the buying process. I see it, I discover it, I click a button, I buy it, it's at my house the next day. And, we think those types of consumer behaviors will only increase moving forward.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, this test and learn approach is one that I think you guys are at the forefront of, which is just so cool. And I hope more brands out there do similar things to what you guys are doing. So I want to make sure we get to our last section here, and I'd really like to talk about Petco's creative approach and then close us out with kind of what's next for Petco as a brand. So before actually showing one of your creatives, can you just talk to us about how you guys build creative at Petco and leverage data to tell this new Petco whole health story?
Look, I'd love to tell you we're creative geniuses, but I think when you actually land on a great strategy and a great purpose, it gives you a great foundation to ultimately lead to great creative, right? It doesn't mean you can get there, but it gives you the foundation of not really trying to figure out an idea for the sake of an idea. We knew the company we were becoming. There was no confusion in the organization that we wanted to become this health and wellness company. We talk every day about if it's right for the pet, then it's right for Petco. We talk all day long about the humanization trends that are finding their way over into our category, whether it's the food category with the impact on fresh and the good quality nutrition. If you look at the way that the care process is taking, willingness to put insurance again. If you look at the millennial segment, they and our empty nesters are the fastest growing segment in pets. And if you look at their behavior and their attitudes, willing to go into debt to protect their families, willing to get, do whatever is necessary. So when you break that down, it's exactly what you just said. We've seen pets move from the backyard to the living room to the bedroom, and in many cases, kicking right out of the bed. And that's because they are part of the family. And so that's a really simple insight, which is, you know what? They can't advocate for themselves. We're treating them like they're part of our family. We're treating them as if they're human, but they can't communicate. So what's the easiest way to make that pivot is a brilliant insight from our agency, Droga, who turned around and said, well, it's what we'd want if we were pets. So let's advocate on their behalf, and let's do it in a way that pets couldn't do, which is to allow them to be spoken for by those pet owners who reflect each other, right? We all joke around that we all have a way of taking on, the same look as whatever dog we own. We think it's just a great extrapolation to put people in those situations, and they end up being really hardworking and a great way to sort of not only convey the purpose, but connect and differentiate in a way that we have been absolutely thrilled with the response in the marketplace.
I think that's just such a great setup. So I want to jump into the incredible creative you guys put out for Petco Whole Health, as I think it really illustrates how you set out to tell this story. So can we please run the new approach to whole health spot, please?
Did you know that Petco is now a health and wellness company?
I believe you're the only one who doesn't know that, Avery.
Their groomers work wonders for my confidence.
I trust their vets, and I'm known to have trust issues.
Might I add, their high-quality food delivered same day? It's given me life. You should see me pounce.
Stop sniffing me. I was outside digging. What'd I miss?
Oh, nothing. Just our physical, social, and mental health cared for in one place.
Exciting. I'm gonna take a spin around the room.
Great idea.
Petco, the health and wellness company.
So good, very funny. Can you just walk us through that spot and talk a little bit about the vision behind it there?
Well, you can imagine the agency coming in with a board that says basically, we're going to basically put people in place of pets, and then we're going to make the pivot back. Look, you're going to see there's 12 more spots that come out behind that speak to very specific issues and benefits. What's great about that work is it allows us to do very heavy work, not only in terms of what we're trying to do as a health and wellness company, but the way we've been able to engage our brand partners and other vendor partners into it. So you're going to see 7 different other companies that come into play here and speak to their value proposition as a brand and how they contribute to this whole health message. And we think we have a pretty enduring idea here that shows that reflection between say what the point is of what you're trying to do and care through an individual, and make the pivot back to say, well, of course this is something you'd want. And there's that little, that little indirect connect where you think it's actually a human conversation that rapidly turns on its head. And when you see the 15s, some of those are even more shockingly and wonderfully surprising. And we couldn't be more happy with what it does. We think that this is an enduring reflection of who we're becoming as a company, not just simply a campaign.
Yeah, that's great. I'd love to show a couple more of these 15s. Can we please roll a same day delivery and then the Spanish version, please?
I love 2 things: eating high quality cat food from Petco in the box it's delivered in. Same day.
Petco, the health and wellness company.
Are we able to roll the Spanish version as well? Thanks.
Amo 2 cosas: la comida para gatos de alta calidad de Petco y la caja en la que la envían el mismo día.
Petco, salud y bienestar para tus mascotas.
So Timothy, I'm glad you chose those 2 because they show how we can actually get pretty hardworking and not just speak to an overall brand purpose, but actually get the products. And you'll see that there's a range of other products that we cover with some of our great partners from our brands in our store. But you also chose spots that actually demonstrate, to Jay's point, thinking about how you use data for opportunity, right? So this one is reflecting the customer need for same-day delivery in a very playful way. But the Hispanic version of that was not just simply the organization deciding we should do a Hispanic spot. We knew there was blue water opportunity with the Latinx community. That is a rapidly growing pet industry business. And no one was engaging in it in a way that we knew there was an opportunity to go there. And the work was not just simply a translation, but actually a tremendous amount of work that Jay did with the relationship we developed with Unizon and developing what that relationship would in the data and doing a double check against the creative. And are you sure we should just do a different version of the same? Should we shoot new? It's a great example of sort of the universality of pet, but it's also a great example of the work that Jay's team is doing to think about where we put this in new audiences and deliver new benefits against those, right? So the fact that we chose to put same day delivery as one of the chosen messages, that comes out of understanding that need state and demand that the customers have for us.
Yeah, that's great. I love how you guys are leveraging data pretty much everywhere, even in the deciding what creatives to build. So that's really cool and great to see. So closing us out here, we're coming out of a really innovative time for the marketing organization and Petco overall. You've got this impactful wellness brand repositioning, a lot of things going on. Same day curbside delivery being set up in a week. Tell us what's next for Petco. What can we as animal lovers expect from you guys going forward?
Well, let me at the high end, and then Jay can talk about how he's gonna do this. I mean, look, the great news is we had an unbelievably successful year. We've as a company, we had multiple and consecutive quarters of growth leading up to our going public. During the pandemic, as you can imagine, with 35% growth and some of the behavior that was going on, tremendous growth there, which is great news during that calendar year. The wonderful challenge that Jay and the team and I now face is now you have to lap those years. And if you saw some of the numbers we need to try and lap as we go into 21, they're pretty daunting. And what I would tell you is it's driven a different form of requirement of innovation. In some ways, I would tell you even more challenging than the year prior because these numbers are so significant. And unfortunately, you can't show up to the street and just let them know, well, but those numbers were good because of the pandemic. We're not going to be quite as good this quarter. But I would tell you that the pandemic and the things that we went through leading into the pandemic prepared us in a way that we are also starting to see, even in early 21, the impact of that learning and the innovation that we've seen. I think there's a number of things we discussed today that won't change in terms of the way we approach things. But Jay, I don't know how you want to talk about, this is the first full year where we're making that removal of the verses I talked about and truly having a blend of both our performance brand and doing it across a variety of new channels, not only in terms of the spend, but where we're showing up and how we're approaching it.
Yeah, I would say, one of the things that we're thinking about as a trend in media is probably a trend in the category, which is our ability to be predictive in nature and personalized. And so, as we start to really go seek out that white space for us, and really figure out, who are the highest propensity consumers for our business, whether it's in brick and mortar, whether it's omnichannel, whether it's e-com, that requires a level of sophistication in the way that we organize our data and the way that we spend those dollars that, will hopefully allow us to separate from the pack. We are really spending a lot of time doing the right propensity modeling and being really secure in our knowledge of understanding, what every dollar is returning, both in the short term and long term. And, for us to do that, we have to be predictive in our nature and kind of what that investment will return. And, we have to do it in a way that allows us to be kind of personalized, and I think kind of through the lens of where we started, we were talking about kind of cookie deprecation and, kind of privacy that's out there. I think it's, we're fortunate because we do have amazing first party data, and we are a California company, with the chief privacy officer that's been on the forefront of CCPA and kind of this next generation of CPRA. And so, we actually really believe in a privacy first approach. We have a responsibility framework that we hold ourselves to, that we hold our partners to. And, it's really important for us that, as we move forward and as we get more personalized, we do it in a way that also is privacy compliant and totally transparent with our consumers.
Putting the consumer first, I love it. I think that's where the industry needs to head, and kudos to you guys for being at the forefront of that. That's really great to hear. All right, Tarek and Jay, well, thank you so much for the time here. This has been really enlightening, and it's been fascinating to learn more about how Petco has really just transformed into this full pet wellness company. Digital is clearly and marketing is just such a key component to helping you reposition the brand. So it's been fascinating for me, and I'm sure everybody else here attending today, to learn more about. We got about 4 minutes left, so we do have a few questions lined up from the audience that I'll start with. That sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right. So first question is, it feels like every day there's a new app or new device that marketers need to pay attention to. How do you make sense of that fragmentation? How do you evaluate these channels and determine where your consumers are and where you need to be?
Yeah, do you want me to take that one?
Go for it. All you. We don't make sense of it. We just try. Try and learn.
Yeah, test and learn is a big part of our philosophy. We don't want to diminish the fact that nobody has a crystal ball and we don't know where these things are going, but we listen to where our consumers are, and kind of dollars tend to follow eyeballs. And we really spend a lot of time understanding what's important to our consumers and where they spend their time and where they want us to show up. And that has always been our North Star. Like I said, we also have a responsibility framework, and so we overlay that, and we want to make sure that we're working with partners that share in the same mission as we do. And then there's always wouldn't be a media person if I didn't say there's also an efficiency and effectiveness component that of course we have to look at as well.
I think that leads into the next question really nicely as well. So many brands have drastically reduced media budgets over the past year. How is your media plan adjusted? If your budget has been reduced, have you gotten more creative and efficient with your strategies?
I would say that.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Go, no, please.
No, I was going to say we'll do this one quickly. Ours has been the opposite conversation, but for just as difficult reasons. We had to earn our way there. And if anything, I think what helped us move into this year was when you get a significant increase like we saw last year, it actually helped us learn you can't just keep pouring gasoline on the same fire and hope that that's actually going to drive your overall growth. And that's what led to this differentiation of moving from balancing our spend and poor performance and ensuring we're delivering that other component of demand that Jay was talking about. So in many ways, it reflects the same as a company whose budget has been cut. In certain ways, you go through the same activities when you're trying to increase your budget, to be honest.
All right, last question here. Sports marketing is a huge pillar for so many brands. What is Petco's strategy around sports marketing to this coveted audience?
So here's what I would tell you. We have a small little stadium down in San Diego with our name on it, Petco Park, and our commitment to the San Diego Padres. It's a fantastic relationship. In full transparency and candor, our relationship with the Padres, first and foremost, is actually a company and employee engagement program. It's a source of pride. We're the only professional team still in San Diego. It's something that's really, really important to our partners, that relationship is. We then have extended that relationship as in this past year, signing a couple of little known players, Machado and Tatis, two of the biggest franchise players for the Padres. And to be honest, it's a relatively new muscle for the organization prior to the last couple of years, including bringing on and putting into place a full part of the stadium out in left center field, which is the Petco Park, where we can actually, you can bring your dogs. So, we see Alan on here with his pup. Alan, let us know when you're in San Diego. We'll get a couple of tickets for you and your pup to come out and watch the Padres. To answer your question, Tim, it's a growing part of our business.
That's great. And I'm actually going to be there on Sunday watching the Giants play the Padres. So I'll be visiting that portion of the stadium. So
there you go.
Nice.
Thank you both so much. This has been super, super great. Thank you.
Appreciate the time.
Guys, thanks for having us.
All day. But yeah, Teddy's a fan. Thank you so much. Jay and I have been talking for a while about what you guys are doing, and it's really fascinating. Just So the ability to use your own first party data, especially on TV, and the way you've done it, the way you've adapted the business over the last few years is a great case study that a lot of marketers should be able to learn from. So thank you very much for sharing that. And thank you, Tim, for doing a great job bringing it out from them. Right now, though, we're going to move over to our next panel of the day. And we've got a bunch of people on this. We've got Nilukshi De Silva, the head of global digital marketing and content strategy for Calvin Klein Fragrances at Coty. Allison Giordano, the vice president of global consumer marketing and sponsorships at MasterCard. Ivana Kirkbride, the global head of programming at Facebook. And Alex Wallace, the head of media and content at Verizon. And the panel is going to be moderated by Craig Grivey, the Chief Strategy and Transformation Officer at RNCPMK. So welcome all of you to the virtual stage. And Craig, you are now the second transformation officer or somebody involved with transformation on the stage today. So take it away, guys. Everybody's just popping on the screen. I'll just kind of wave and talk to you and set it up as everybody's sort of figuring out the Allison, you're on mute.
I'm actually on my mobile, and my computer sound's not working, so I'm kind of in two places.
Wow, good, awesome. Because that's like one of my like 2 a.m. fears is that like this morning actually my computer froze. I'm like, okay, what am I going to do if it doesn't turn back on? And had thought, well, I just put the phone up somehow and deal with it that way. Anyway, you guys are all here now, so I will let you, Craig, take it away.
Awesome. Thanks so much, everyone, for joining this morning. I'm so excited to have our panelists, Nilukshi, Alex, Ivana, Allison. Thank you so much. For everyone today, what we're going to be talking about is there are a lot of players in the branded content and brand funded space. It's where a lot of media dollars are going. By some estimates, as much as 20% of digital dollars spent on brand funded content, which means that even more, there's everybody out there trying to do brand funded content and creating really incredible pieces and pieces of content to put out there for audiences to enjoy, but also to resonate with a brand message. But today's topic is a little bit different. It's not about what branded content you create, but about why you create it and what you do with it. Because if you create something and you don't have an audience for it, if you create something and you don't have a plan for it, and a plan that isn't entirely just paid media reliant, then you're limiting how you play in brand funded content. So joining us today, we have 4 incredible women who have been in the brand funded content and branded and content spaces for a long time. So I will go around and ask you each to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your philosophy when it comes to brand funded content for 60 seconds before we dive into the regular portion of our Q&A. We'll start with Alex Wallace.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Craig. I'm Alex Wallace. I run the content and media org at Verizon Media. I actually run everything is brand funded because we're all paid for. All content is in some way, shape, or form paid for by a brand. So let's be very clear. Advertising is brand funding. So thank you all. I guess what I would just say about this, I've been at Verizon for a little over 4 years. Before that, I was at NBC where I ran the Today Show and a bunch of the shows there. And so I've been very, very, I've spent a lot of time with brands thinking about their messaging. And I think that is, to echo what Craig just said, a story is a story and content is content. And it really is irrelevant to me who funds it. Again, like a great story is a great story, and we'll get into this. And Craig and I worked together on a project which was funded by a company, J&J. But whether it's funded by a brand with a story to tell or a journalist with a story to tell, again, it's about the strength of the story. And so I think what the differentiation is exactly what Craig said, which is like, why are you doing this? And then exactly what is your plan? And I don't think you should treat brand funded content in any different way personally. I mean, Disney is a brand that funds content. What is your go-to-market plan for any single piece of content, whoever's funding it? Okay, now I'll be quiet. Back to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alex. And Nilukshi, You have had incredible brand funded content at all different levels. Would love to hear a little bit about your philosophy and let people know where you're coming from.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. Hi, Craig. So I'm Nilu, and I currently run all content strategy for Calvin Klein fragrances at Coty. But prior to this, I spent many years working in the beauty world at Urban Decay, Bare Minerals, and really trying to perfect the tutorial of a makeup application and skincare routine. So I think in terms of looking at how stories come to life, as Alex said, that really is the fundamental difference. Like, the story is what's going to make or break and how you communicate that to your audience. But I think also looking at what's currently relevant to your audience and creating those nuances through the stories and making sure the stories are personalized, I think is something that we just continuously need to evolve and fine tune as a brand. So yeah, can't wait to get more into this.
Awesome. And Ivana, you come from a different perspective, a little bit from being in the content world, but also being at a distribution platform now with Facebook.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ivana Kirkbride, and I run content strategy and programming for Facebook. I used to work with Alex at Verizon. And yeah, my background is more at the intersection of tech and content. And it has predominantly been at distribution platforms. And, you know, it's everything that Alex and everyone else has said, which is, you know, coming to the table with a point of view around the content, I think is really important, and making sure that it's really relevant to culture and what's current in culture. You know, some of the things that we did at Verizon and at YouTube was we sort of used original programming as a way to sort of be a tip of the spear, if you will, in terms of content supply for advertisers, and really trying to package that with, you know, from a distribution standpoint, packaging the branded content or original programming with sort of the other advertising or media offerings that we have, so that there's a holistic package for media advertisers to buy. So that's always been our approach. But I think one last thing on like sort of the perspective on branded content, I think also keeping in mind who your audience is, and it can't be too broad, because when you try to sell for everything for everyone, you end up selling nothing for no one. So also having like a targeted audience or an audience segmentation in mind is always important too. Back to you, Craig.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Ivana. And Allison at MasterCard.
Hey, so thanks so much, Craig, and thanks for having me on the panel, Brand Innovators. I think, you know, what everyone has said already is absolutely on point. For us, it's also making sure our values at MasterCard come through in what we're doing, and really making sure, you know, it's authentic to the audience. Similar to what Ivana just said, making sure it's resonating. And, you know, for us, we have such a broad spectrum of folks that we're looking to reach across the globe, number of different audiences. And we use sort of content and really target to that audience just to make sure it's right on point with what they're looking for. Again, to the point made earlier, you know, sort of rather than boiling the ocean, you know.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Allison. So one of the common threads from each of you in the context of this panel is actually where I'd like to start. So I know I said at the beginning to our guests that we wouldn't talk about what brand funded content you make and how you make it, but I'm going to cheat the angle a little bit here, because the first step in making brand funded content is making sure you have an audience for brand funded content. And each of you have touched on that in a little different way. And it, you know, when we say you need to have a plan for what you're going to do with it, it is very important, and that plan better involve an audience that wants to see your message, not an audience you want to put your message out to, but we always say it comes from an audience first perspective, what they want. And Alex, you know, from your experience, having such a deep editorial background, how do you ensure that you do have an audience and that you have credibility to be in that space?
Well, I think that's what's actually really interesting about the blending of brand funded and non-brand funded, but by advertising brand funded is credibility. Like, I actually think that's the thing that matters the most. And the one, I'd say I've done this a long time. The one through line in my whole career is credibility of the brands I've worked at. Because I think if you have no credibility, then content doesn't work. If you're not, it's like misinformation. Like, once there's like a question about your credibility, it's not impactful, your content, because it just doesn't, it won't be taken in the way that credible content will take it. So I think credibility is really important. The other thing I just wanted to say is, I always think when I make content is, what am I trying to get the audience to do? It's not just who is the audience, but what is the action I'm trying to get them to take? Is it that I'm trying to get them to think differently about a MasterCard, go buy a fragrance? Or is it that I want them to think about climate change? Is it that I want them to get involved, to go vote? I mean, there are actions. Even just, there are actions you're asking for, even if it's just be informed action or be a better parent action. So I think being very, very, and I'll just give a shout out to Ivana, because I think she's incredibly good about this, is like really knowing why you are making your content, who is it for, and what is the action you're hoping to get out of it.
Awesome. Ivana, that's a good tee up. You have an added thought on that front.
Alex, you're so kind. Alex and I had the pleasure of working on, and Craig, on actually an animated short called Dear Basketball with Kobe Bryant a couple of years ago. It won an Oscar. So yeah, and it sort of hits on the things that Alex was talking about, just in terms of sort of what's the action that you want the audience to take, or and also what do you want them to leave feeling, right? So action and emotive or emotional feeling is also another vector to look at. And I think with Dear Basketball, what was so great about that project was it was really authentic for Kobe. It was his story about how he fell in love with basketball. And of course, we sort of partnered with the NBA and Verizon and a couple other brands around that format. But I think the other thing is that story was very intentional about, like, we really want to sort of break through and make people feel the same degree of flow that Kobe taps into every day, which is like when he's at his best, he sort of goes back to this moment in time when he was a little kid, 3 years old, rolling up socks and throwing it in the laundry basket. So I think also like giving a sense of place and sort of that emotive aspect is also important.
Awesome. And so once you have an audience, you also have to measure why you're showing up in the first place. Allison, what is it how do you measure the ROI? What is it that's really important for, yes, we've got an audience now, we know what they want to hear, but what is it important for MasterCard to see when they're putting something out in the marketplace? What is the ROI?
Yeah, I think it honestly depends on it depends on the project that we're working on, right? So Craig, prior to this, we were talking about a documentary series we recently put out, and it was really focused on 5 women across 5 countries who were really using their small business to create social impact in society. Super emotional, super interesting stories. And for us, it was, how can we play in this space. We play in the small business space around the world. We also are very focused on gender equity and really driving those stories forward. So for us, it was about creating, a connection with the brand. It was also about creating inspirational stories that can inspire, men and women around the world who are interested in getting involved in small businesses, showing that small businesses can work if they're founded in social impact, right? But also for us, it was about reaching new audiences. At the beginning of this project, we had outlined sort of some core audiences we wanted to reach that we're not normally talking with, right? Whether it's the university space, getting involved in that area, or whether it was new strategic partners like UN Women, who we were able to bring this film to and do our launch screening with. So for us, it was beyond media measurement and sort of our earned return and all of that, but it was also about bridging new partnerships for us in areas that we're not normally involved in.
Awesome. Thanks so much. And I think that's one of the key components, right? New partnerships, new audiences, areas you're not normally involved in, audience reach. which is often, if we've got an audience and we've determined how our ROI is, one of the key important things that we've seen play out in brand funded content is cultural relevance and being a part of the conversation, driving the conversation so that it's not just, please buy my fragrance bottle. It's where are you showing up and why? And so, Nilukshi, you had an incredible campaign that was very cultural relevant around voting. What made you decide to get into that, and how did you see the ROI come out of that?
I think it goes back to what I think all of us have been saying is about brand values and making sure a lot of the content and the stories that we produce and tell align with that. Calvin does this so well. Since the 90s, it's been a brand that's really shown up, that's always had a platform for underrepresented communities and brought people or cultural curators that didn't have a voice and given them that voice. So this is really a new iteration to kind of help the new generation and give a voice to those individuals that historically haven't had it. The Vote campaign were individuals that were voting for the first time. They were immigrants. So there was a big historical story that we wanted to bring to life and do it in an authentic way. So have them tell that story versus have it be from a brand lens. And that's something that's been hugely important for the brand to have that authenticity come through. So those are some of the ways that as a whole, from a brand perspective, that we look at and try to develop stories, especially now more than ever. I think it's really pivotal that brands partner and give a voice and a platform to those creators that haven't had the ability to do that, right? And we want to be able to represent the global community that that we, from a brand perspective, that we currently live in too. So from an ROI standpoint, again, it's engagement, earned content, all of those things, but it's also about reaching new audiences, as we just said, and bringing additional people along the journey. Like Calvin is a brand that has a lot of people that have grown up with it. And now we want to reach these younger generation so they can also grow up with the brand as well.
Awesome. Thanks so much. And so one of the interesting things about this that you all hit on, and it's because I would imagine that each of you is a master in this area, is the quality of the story, the authenticity. Verizon, we're going to hit on Verizon a little bit here. Ivana's, while Ivana was there, became the first brand to win an Oscar in that vein for Dear Basketball, for Kobe's very authentic story. And then the follow-up to that was 5B, the first piece of officially brand-funded film accepted into the Cannes Film Festival, notoriously hostile to outside players, and that underwent a consumer campaign that wasn't a brand campaign at all, but really was treated like an additional content. So now I think it's time to get tactical. When you got that piece of content, Alex, and then Ivana, what are you doing with it, right? Like, where does it go and how do you reach the audience? You could have the greatest, most Oscar-winning piece of content or Cannes Lion winning and Cannes Film Festival certified selection. But how do you get there and where do you start? And what does a campaign look like? Because it's certainly not marketing a new taco, right? It's not marketing a new widget, right? So where do you start when you if you are a widget brand, not to pick on any individual brand, and suddenly you've got an amazing piece of content? What do you do next?
I mean, it's like a political campaign. You go to the people who run political campaigns. You go to the people who run film campaigns, content campaigns. That's what you do. I mean, this is a very strategic thing. And you think, what is the outcome? We want to get an Oscar. Okay, I want to become the president. I need to do the following 75 things. I need to get in the right festivals. I need to get the right people to see it. I need to get the right people attached to this piece of content. I need to get earned media. I need to get paid media. I mean, it is literally, I'm fascinated because I grew up in DC and I spent a lot of time in LA, and I'm fascinated by how similar the towns are. It's about being very conscious of where you're trying to get to and winning the prize. And you win the prize by playing the game as well as you can and knowing the game well.
I concur.
Yeah. Alex, similarly, I grew up in the Northern Virginia, DC area, and I now live in LA, and they were very similar. I'll take a different perspective on it. I mean, Alex is 100% right in terms of did not realize like the business of it all, sort of behind the scenes. And it's more like definitely a campaign effort. I think what's been interesting in the past couple of years, though, is to sort of see where the audiences are, because I think in terms of like audience development strategies and sort of distribution strategies, what's been interesting to see is, because of the pandemic, there were a lot of things, right, that changed. But I think as it pertains to media, you sort of saw a void in traditional like TV and film supply sort of get cut short. And consumers, if you look at like from an audience point of view, they have been now conditioned more into like the D2C streaming space. So it's very much like an on-demand. Like, I don't know what happens to appointment-based viewing as a audience behavior going forward, just because I think, for a year and a half, we've all been sort of conditioned to this, I want to watch what I want to watch, where I want to, and when. Like, it's all controlled and personalized. So I think just in terms of, the how, I think is what you were trying to ask, Craig, in terms of like, how would one sort of execute on this kind of plan in terms of where to distribute your content. I think what's going to be really interesting over the next, year to 3 to 5 years, to be honest, is to see that like consumer behaviors are now like in a place where there's going to be a whole lot more on demand. I think live sports sort of will continue to exist for appointment-based viewing. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the Olympics. I'm sure a lot of people here have planned for 2 years for their Olympics campaign, but I think it'll be really interesting to see what happens there. I think in terms of how to reach audiences now, especially with the younger audiences and beyond Gen Z, we're talking about Generation Alpha, right? And the way that they consume media is multiple feeds coming in all at the same time, more than one screen open at the same time. And so how do you cut through the clutter of that, right, in order to really reach and connect with your audience? And I think, and we've all touched on it in terms of how do we reach younger audiences. I think that's going to be a really big meaty challenge for all of us for the next 5 to 10 years, because the way that they consume is so different from Gen Z to Gen X to, to boomers.
And I really appreciate that in cutting through the clutter. I think the number of brands that have approached us and said, we're thinking about a time buy, or we're going to put like these paid media dollars behind our brand funded content, and that's our plan. And then I cringe. And I ask, well, if we actually wanted a distribution plan, have you thought about a distribution plan? And the number of brands who come to the table and are like, what's a distribution plan? Like, what does that mean in an entertainment sense? Allison, MasterCard made the intentional choice to actually find a distributor and bring a number of these partners to the table. When we talk about 5B, a campaign that we worked on with Alex, we had 1,000 grassroots screeners, we had a theatrical window, we had an AVOD window, a PVOD window. You also made the active choice not to just put a lump of paid media behind your media funded content. What led to that choice, and how did you come together in terms of a strategy of bringing all of these partners together as a distribution vehicle?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a team effort, and it was in partnership with your team, Craig, right, at RNC. So, as well as my other colleagues across media, across comms, within MasterCard. But again, what we set out to do was, I guess, a little bit non-traditional from what we've done in the past. And, as Alex had kind of outlined, the sort of the process behind the scenes is it's amazing. It's like a political campaign. But, we did have the intention of getting global distribution. That was very important to us. Given that these were short films, we targeted Shorts TV as one of our primary targets to get distribution with, which was really a nice fit for us, given their presence in so many markets around the world that aligned with these stories. And then also, thinking kind of ahead outside of COVID, is sort of airline distribution and some of those other things, which are very important to our business. And then beyond that, we used our internal relationships and existing partnerships with the UN and such to also reach a additional audiences and created other distribution channels for us. Now getting in front of a number of different companies, and then also using this as a business driver for us to have conversations around these topics that are featured in these films. So, distribution was at the sort of from the beginning part of the strategy, and everything that we did was sort of focused on that.
Amazing. And Niluksha, you actually are also at the intersection of so much of this, particularly as you highlighted in your earlier answer. And Ivana talks about there's a difference between boomers and millennials, Gen X, and now Gen Alpha, and how they consume. You've got a brand that created, the original brand funded content when it was just the most incredible viral ads and short form videos. And now you've got a brand that's staying relevant every single day across all of those generations. When you look at distribution patterns, when you look at launches, how do you balance so many different audiences in what you're doing, and the need to be relevant to each of them, the need to meet each of them where they consume their content, when it's not just let's put a lump sum buy behind it?
Yeah, I think we don't have a one size fits all kind of approach, right? It's really understanding what collections, what types of communication is geared towards each of our segmented audiences. And so I think that already helps us figure out how exactly we're creating campaigns and our content strategy based on these specific target audiences. So I think that's one of the ways that we balance. So not everything is targeted towards everybody. If that's the case, we're going to be developing so much content that we wouldn't even know what to do with it. So I think that's sort of one of the main ways that we approach. And then we do have more brand-led campaigns that we sort of speak to and really kind of go back to the roots of Calvin and really tug on sort of the heartstrings of what everybody knew. So, for example, we just brought back Chrissy Turlington and Ed Burns, who were the faces of Calvin from the 90s. And we just brought them back for a new Eternity Fragrances campaign not too long ago. So that, of course, is not geared towards the younger generation by any means. But, there are people that get introduced to these products and through their moms and dads, right? So there is a way that some of these communications happen, but it's not targeted for everybody. So that's kind of how we try to balance a lot of the content creation process.
Awesome. And this is really a question I think that applies to each of you. So I want to encourage you all to jump in on this, which is, several of you have wisely pointed out, in a post-pandemic world, there's a lot of attention for everything, right? Not only have people diversified their streaming consumption and their on-demand consumption, but in the past, you would look and say, okay, well, my movie is going to compete against other movies. My content is going to compete against other pieces of content. And our advice to everyone now is, okay, you are competing against everything. This is you are all in the middle of the Coliseum floor, and this is a death match, right? Your piece of content is competing against a live experience at a basketball game, which is competing against an experiential component, which is all of these things which often come out of media budgets. And then we've got to figure out how to amplify all of them. And so let's say you've made the choice to create brand funded content. You've created perhaps a Cannes Lion or Cannes Film Festival or Oscar winning, you think, piece of content. You have a distribution platform, you have a target audience. How do you stand out in such a crowded marketplace with different consumption patterns? And even if you have an audience that has a particular consumption pattern and you know how to show up, you're still one of 100 people at the party. How do you make sure that you are the life of the party?
You know what I would just say that I think is something that we underlook a lot is humor. I mean, if you look at TikTok, and I sadly watch a lot of TikTok these days, most of it's really funny. And I just think we've overlooked humor. And I think particularly with Gen Alpha and Gen Z, humor is really important. And even if you're doing a serious subject, I mean, I got stuck. I'm watching, I'm binge watching some new show on Hulu, and somehow I got the low cost, I get ads. I don't know how this happened because I'm but I don't have the time to call them and upgrade. Sorry, I've got a COVID rescue dog. Okay, stop and bark. No, he's not. But what I was going to say is I saw this ad for Prudential, and it's really funny. And I've seen it 52 times because it keeps playing in the middle of my Hulu show. It's really funny, like the fact that I'm talking about Prudential. So I would just say humor. I do really think it's important to the value of humor, even around things that like even around voting and voters' rights and civil rights. And humor is a universal emotion that I don't think I, as a content creator, have spent enough time, because I've grown up in the world of covering wars and things that, they're usually not that funny. But actually, if done appropriately, lots of things are funny.
Yeah, we're seeing that trend as well, just that there's a lot of fatigue coming out of the pandemic and the civil unrest of last year, just globally. So, themes around celebration and joy and excellence. And and you're starting to see that sort of reflect itself in programming on every media channel, whether it's television, film, or short form. But yeah, and then short, funny videos, comedy. So I do think that from an audience perspective, you'll sort of see a shift in terms of interest preferences. And so like at Facebook, what's interesting is we're sort of we definitely saw a surge in terms of buys last year. And I think that was honestly a result of like a lot of film and TV budgets were sort of on pause because there was nothing to advertise against. And so, and would love to hear from this audience, but just sort of how did you, and I think it's a question in our poll, like how did you shift, your buys to adjust to what was happening in the world? And just speaking from a distribution standpoint, like we saw that shift come to Facebook in a really interesting way against like in-stream ads and in-stream reserve. And what that led to was sort of innovation around, like this year, we'll be rolling out a product that will allow you to target topics or interest areas. So like dogs, right? So like what we were finding is something that cuts through the intergenerational content for Facebook is often found in our groups product. So people of all ages will sort of connect around their love of Cavapoos or their love of Pomeranians. It gets really niche, but like around broad categories of animals, but also of entertainment, gaming, et cetera. So it's all of those sort of pop culture categories, but a lot of social impact communities as well. And so I think looking at number one, going back to your original question, Craig, the mind shift of the consumer right now is you're not just competing against all of your competition on one screen. You're actually, if you're buying against theatrical, you got to think about the audience who's going to be watching TikTok at the same time as they're watching, your film. And then they may also have the Olympics casting in the background. So I think also putting yourself in that mindset of there's going to be a multiple screen sort of universe per consumer, and how do you cut through the clutter? And then number two, just sort of like, are there going to be themes or programming themes or community themes going forward in 2021 and 2022 that will be counter to sort of like, that'll be sort of an outcome from the fatigue of the past year?
So in that same vein, we see a lot of that, right? Which is a lot of people are worried about, even in this environment, about being funny, although we advise the same thing, right? Like find the humor, find the joy, because people are exhausted, even as they've been through, millions of deaths globally, they want an outlet. So if you are funny is one way to stand out. Nilukshi and Allison, how else do you stand out, right? Like if you are on TikTok and you are in a TikTok hole, right? Like how do you stand out in the middle of all of that? How do you make sure that you're the person who's most relevant in that conversation? So you've met somebody in their niche interest, right? Like in their rare breed dog group on Facebook, but like you still, and you, I've seen some of these groups, it's impressive, really. And they're all community driven. So you're stepping into it in any audience when you're using your media dollars, you're stepping into, in this case, you're not just advertising to them and hope they click on a banner or pre-roll. You're stepping into their home. You're stepping into their community with media dollars, with content funded by media dollars. How do you stand out, and how do you make sure you don't get crushed once you've got all of these plans?
think a lot of it is also, I mean, we have a big test and learn kind of mentality as well. So really, I think if we're talking about, like, I know TikTok has been a huge topic of conversation as well as humor. So we already know those are like short form content with these awesome TikTokers, and then humor, right? That we already know resonates really well on the platform. So I think being able to align yourself with content creators that embody your brand, that embody the values and culture of your brand, I think, and then creating that type of content that's authentic to your brand, the creator themselves, and the platform itself. Like, that's one way to do it really well. We test and learn so much in terms of audience insights and like what works and what doesn't. And that's really how we develop so much of the content that we put out there. So it's really about looking at those individuals and aligning yourselves with what makes sense for your brand as well. And then I think it also goes back to a lot of what we discussed, right? Like, what do you want people to take away from this piece of content? How do you want them to feel? How are you creating it that's different to each audience and platform? And then how do you get your brand values across in an authentic way? I think, and we've had a lot of success doing this for quite some time now in various different campaigns. I mean, one of the things we did, like, we even listened to our audience and developed a vegan genderless scent. That's the first clean fragrance at Calvin. And that was such an important thing for the younger consumer, right? Because, and the whole campaign was about loving yourself and the multiplicity of yourself and being able to express yourself. And these are like all values that the younger consumer really embodies and cares about, and we're a brand that listens, and so that those are kind of ways that we also look at standing out from a product innovation standpoint too.
Yeah, and just to build on that, you know, we're also at MasterCard, we do a lot of ongoing proprietary just research on experiences. Experiences really are at the center of our marketing strategy, and really at sort of the heart of Priceless, which, you know, previously was just a campaign, but really is our whole ecosystem in how we deliver content to our cardholders around the world. And we really cut across all passions, including those dog lovers as well. And you know, it's that ongoing research, it's that ongoing conversation with customers to really understand what it is they're looking for. For us, it's really about creating shared connections and, you know, experiential marketing, whether it be in the digital space and now what we're calling hybrid, because we're starting to do things live. And so how we're going to bridge that is, I think, actually going to stay the digital and then live experience piece. But yeah, I'd say it's really looking at the insights, understanding from the consumers, but we also work, at least on the sponsorship side, we'll work with our partners, right? And, you know, they have supporter groups and, you know, their own fan bases, and we'll often go out to them or their development teams and just understand what it is that audience is looking for in terms of content. They often just want to get really close to the player, or really, you know, just inside knowledge as to, you know, what's going on in their life, or hearing their perspective. So that also helps us guide, you know, what kind of content and experiences that folks are looking for.
We should have had Tariq Hassan join us for this panel, given all the discussion on dogs and pets. One other thing, and this is more, sorry, Craig, taking over your job, don't mean to, but I would love to hear everyone's perspective on audio, because again, you know, I think coming out of last year, there's been sort of fatigue with screens, as like everyone had to work from home and it's like back-to-back Zooms. And something we're seeing just on the consumer behavior front is, you know, sort of orienting to things like Clubhouse or Spotify, Calm, Headspace. So I would love to hear like everyone's perspective on audio and sort of how to reach them with branded content there.
I mean, I know our communications team, we have a digital communications team who's at least from a MasterCard perspective has been playing the space for, I guess, 2 years now. We have a podcast that we bring speakers in, you know, just different sort of walks of life to talk about different ideas. It's definitely a focus area for us. And teams working on just different models and opportunities right now.
Yeah, it's the same for us. It's a big focus area. We also test a lot with audio sampling as well. So that's something that we're trying to accelerate, and especially in this digital world that we will soon be in, or we're already in, making sure that online to offline connection is very much present. So I think that's something that we're really trying to accelerate even more.
I think what's hard as content creators, I love audio. I think it's like the most interesting space right now. But as you guys will know, the dollars haven't followed the audience. And so like when broadcast moved to cable, the dollars stay really much longer in where they should be. The eyeballs move and the earbuds move much faster than the dollars. And so what I would just say is I think it's really important, if we want to continue to have great audio content, and there is great audio content, the money needs to get there much more quickly. Because right now there's just no money in audio. I make a lot of
100%.
audio. I love audio, but like my teams are like, we've got 50 more podcasts we want to do. And I'm like, we're making very little on the 10 we're already doing. We were doing 50. I knocked it down to 10. I'm happy to go back to 50, but like got to make a little money there.
Well, and we're trying, and it's interesting because like I think people are trying to retrofit, sort of traditional media and video models onto audio, which might not apply. So it's like, so that's why, from a MasterCard, from a Calvin Klein perspective, it's interesting. It would be, or maybe from the audience too, it'd be interesting to hear how they're thinking about it. Like, is it buying media? Is it buying ads? Is it sponsoring podcasts? Is it, and I know some of those models exist on Spotify, but I think there's a lot of innovation there too. Yeah, for brands.
Yeah, there is. And I think at least for Calvin specifically as a brand, we haven't created our own podcasts. I know a lot of other fashion brands have and beauty brands have. So it's more about just from a media perspective, having a presence, because music and fashion and all of these things go hand in hand. And some of the other ways that we approach it is also through our cultural partners, right? Our influencers. They have a lot of podcasts. They have a big presence there. So having, from a brand perspective, having a presence where our community is really important. And then it's also about testing and learning with platforms like Clubhouse. We know the money has not followed there. There's so much talk about what is actually going to happen with Clubhouse, all of that, right? But there is a value for some brands like us to sometimes be the first to test and learn in a space. And most of the time you don't have to do it in a brand lens. You can do it through your community, because especially for a lot of the brands that I've worked on and currently work on, the community is really where we see a lot of growth, and some of the results might not be immediate, but having that presence and making sure that you are where your community is and building that advocacy is hugely, hugely important.
Well, and I think you all hit on something that also dovetails with one of our audience questions. And I want to encourage anyone who's listening to pop through a question in the Q&A, as we're going to turn to that portion now of today's panel. But I'm going to take one of them, which is about media budgets and budgets and the dollars, right? And one of the things that y'all have highlighted is that audiences move quickly. Brands are often willing to innovate and move quickly. Media dollars are sort of on the last train out of the station, so to speak. And we've seen that trend, right? Like I often say that, media dollars are, in a traditional sense, are incredibly important. But if you take a fraction of that and you devote it to brand funded content and promoting brand funded content, you can achieve an ROI that amplifies both channels. You get your content out there and it actually makes your media dollars go further. That's an argument that some media buyers and planners pick up and say, okay, absolutely, I see the ROI on this. I'm going to carve, a certain amount of my budget out of this. And as much as people are spending, there's not as much public commitment, and there's still a slow growth movement of media dollars into brand funded content. And into into amplifying and promoting, right? Like the topic of today's panel, like what do you do once you have it? You just can't create it and let it sit there. So you've got to, and there are foreign concepts, to Alex's point that this is like a political campaign. There's foreign concepts, right? So what are the hair and makeup costs for Miles Teller and Priyanka Chopra Jonas, right? Like in things that you wouldn't normally encounter in a corporate environment. You're like, wait, what am I paying for and where? You're like, this is how it works. So all of this comes down to that big fancy question of budget. When we follow people from platform, how do you decide where the dollars go, and how do you compete for budget? And particularly coming out of a year when there were a lot of drastically reduced media budgets, how did brand funded content play in your company's media budget, and how did you ensure that it got the right play in your media budget? Nobody wants to take the audience question on that front. Nilukshi and Allison, you both come from a brand forward point of view as well. So I would love to hear you chime in.
I'll jump in. At least for the project that I was sharing earlier, 5, we sort of had our media plan, as part of the overall mix from the beginning, right? And so it went as far as not just sort of a traditional media, and this is honestly in partnership with our global media team. So, everything that we do is very integrated, and I lean on my team member Tracy and Ben to really help drive this. But from that perspective, whenever we're looking to create content from the beginning, as we talked about, we're thinking about distribution, we're thinking about the full plan, and if you're kind of going at it and looking to create something, and then when you get to the end and it's like, all right, there's no way to even bring this to life, I don't think that you've really thought through the project properly, right? So it's from the get-go, how we're gonna, what's the paid to earned approach, and what is the investment behind that is from the beginning, and then we stick with it and see it through.
Yeah, I think for us, especially for fragrance, there were definitely some challenges at the height of the pandemic. Now, not so much everything that we're talking about, where people want to feel good and buy products that make them feel good. So, fragrance is actually, there's a lot of momentum for us right now. So from a media standpoint, we've also looked at diversifying to different verticals that we previously haven't. And we've also dedicated a ton of budget towards experiential experiences as well, which is something we hadn't typically considered. So I think, and then again, to Allison, we work very closely with our global media partner as well. And so making sure we do keep some of those traditional methods in place, that's also relevant for different markets. But we have really explored some of the more non-traditional methods, especially these past year or two.
I was just going to say something which is going to be like 20 years out, so forgive me. But I was thinking, like, we still have measurement issues, which is why we don't know. There's not imperfection around money goes. But when attention is attached to the blockchain, which will at some point happen, you will know exactly where your money is going. I mean, we don't measure right now. We still just we don't close the loop on where the money goes. We have a good sense, but we don't have a perfect sense. And at some point, you will be able to close the loop, and it'll be a much more perfect science.
And I think that's the key component, right? As we look down the road, is one of those things is we create things, we have distribution plans, we look at new emerging media channels like audio, although I find it hilarious that like audio was the emerging channel in 1875 and it's the emerging channel in 2021. So I often say we went from hieroglyphics thousands of years ago to emojis today. So I'm not like, it's literally like a circle of content and distribution platform.
It's like the Lion King, the circle of life.
Yes, everything that's old is new again. It's just the way of life.
Yes, and so that's one of my questions, though, Alex, that you hit on, which is, okay, so I'm a brand. I've carved out my media dollars. I'm gonna make a plan. I've got a partner who understands this psychotic space and who's gonna make it. We've got some measurement components, and we know what's coming down the road in the measurement components, but the reality is, what's coming next? What's the tidal wave that we can't see? What do you see out in the environment when it comes to your brand funded content? Ivana, I know you hit on Gen Alpha, which I'm going to guess is not not the day-to-day topic of conversation, but for everyone, but will be in so many ways. But what's coming down the pipeline for you, your brand, your brand funded content, your plans for how to get it out into the world, and what are you doing about it? And Ivana, I'll start with you on the since you teed this up in terms of Gen Alpha.
Well, I also just wanted to address the last question too. I think what was interesting about last year is just again using the mental model of paid, owned, and earned. And my fellow panelists can validate this. That from a Facebook standpoint or a distribution platform standpoint, what was interesting, it seemed like sitting on the sidelines of this, it seemed like there was a lot of paid that didn't get spent last year in terms of media buying. And so, I think advertisers were trying to spend across channels where they saw audiences. And maybe it was like diverting from experiential, right? Because every live event got canceled, and diverting from film and TV because there was nothing to advertise against. But I think something that we also saw was, more investment into owned channels, right? And I think that's what like what we were speaking about in terms of like being where the community is, like Calvin Klein, sort of creating those community channels and being with where the community is. I think from an earned standpoint, what was interesting to see is like, or between owned and earned, a lot of folks were also, it seemed like redirecting to D&I spend or D&I causes or investing in D&I. And I don't know if that's true, but it seemed like the paid budgets or the paid media buying budgets were diverted into other things. And so as we kick back up into, the new norm, I think what will be interesting to see is sort of like, is there going to be an overcorrection, in terms of like when everything sort of comes back up? Are we going to see like a whole lot of paid media spend happening in sort of like in a tidal wave, and we'll sort of see less owned and earned? That was just my comment on the last question. In terms of like what's coming down the pike, sort of 5 to 10 years from now, I think with these younger audiences that are, again, like, under 18 now, but they're going to be 18 to 34 soon. And I think what will be interesting is, and not to get too apocalyptic about this, but, it will be like Minority Report. I don't know if you remember that scene where like, Tom Cruise is going through, I think, an airport, and it's like he's being, it's almost like the AR, VR, the XR world of tomorrow, but it's like personalized ads in your Oculus 2, or, personal ads targeted to you. And then on your phone, if you're in Tokyo, like it'll know that you're there. So I don't know, because again, the younger audiences, it's so hard to compete for their mind share, because it's split against so many things. And I also think like this notion of appointment-based viewing, or like almost like advertising on out of home, or like billboard or TV, anything where it warrants or demands the audience to come to you, I think that's going to change pretty quickly.
Awesome.
So I would love to hear what others think.
Yeah, Nilukshi and Allison, what's coming down the road for you when you look at this landscape?
I think it's a lot of what Ivana touched on. I do think that, billboards, things like that, again, that was things we did like so long ago that became retro and cool. And so brands started, tapping into those. I do think those will move away, and the personalization, probably all of those personalized massive AR things that are coming, directly to you. I think those things have already started, especially in the APAC world. So I think it's only a matter of time where we are going to see that transition happen here. So absolutely, I think that the personalization is going to be even more defined and nuanced, if anything. So yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with both comments. And then also something that, we're always thinking about is sort of the bringing our brand to life through multisensory, right? So, in instances where, the brand can't be seen, how do we reach consumers? So, we have our Sonic brand, at points of sale, or, that we've integrated into, an e-commerce experience. Just to kind of create those reminder moments. Pretty much your phone for the future is pretty much all people need, right? To be able to do everything. I think it's
an appendage at this point.
It is. But you can buy everything with this thing. You can just, everything in life can be done with this thing, right? So, if you think about that, less and less real estate for brands to show up. They're constantly bombarded with both life outside and within their phone. So how we as a brand, all of us as brands, can continue to be present at relevant touch points. And so for us, multisensory is a key way of doing that.
That's actually something beauty does so well. And now I think even to go back to the conversation of music, we're even trying to create like music samples that really invoke the ingredient story, like our olfactive story to life. So all of those things we had to, of course, change very drastically, like very quickly in the last year. All of our live events are now virtual, and now they'll be digital moving forward. So there will always be that virtual component. So those kinds of experience are things that we had to adapt to create very, very quickly, and ensure that there is that D2C point of sale component that we, especially in the fragrance world, not so much in color and skincare, but especially in the fragrance world, that we relied so heavily on is that shopping in-person experience, right? Where you can touch the bottle, feel the fragrance, how it feels on your skin, all of those things naturally went away. So being able to create that bridge and that connection is something we, had to do so quickly this past year.
So I wanted to just add two things. Anyone who knows me has known I've been talking about glasses for the last 3 years, because glasses are going to be mainstream where content is in your glasses. The phone, and I'm not saying this just because I work at Verizon, the compute that needs to happen in this phone in 5G is going to be in the cloud. This phone is not actually a great use case because it sits in your pocket and you get a backache, or you can't find it in the bottom of your bag, which is my issue all the time. Content's going to be in your glasses, and Apple's about to come out with their glasses, and Google's working on their glasses, and Snap's got glasses. So content in your glasses is kind of all I think about. Everyone's always like, Alex, it's not coming. It's, in a year or 2 years, it will be here. Okay. Or I'm wrong, and you guys can call me. The other thing is not to be totally apocalyptic, but it is a Friday, and Ivana already was apocalyptic. I do think we can't underestimate climate change. Our world is in a massive, and I'm a journalist, so I go to where the heat is going to be. We have a climate crisis. And so if in the same way that we were all and then COVID came and we were like, oh my, what? Like, that is the climate crisis situation. And I would just say for people to ignore that in any brand, that doesn't mean we all have to I can't even figure out how to recycle in my own apartment. So I'm just saying, I think it's incredibly important to understand how massive the crisis of climate is going to be in the next 20 years. That is all Gen Alpha is going to be talking about, is the climate.
Thanks. And thank you for that. And on that same vein, Alex, I'll take the opposite that I think glasses are further out, but you and I have talked about that before in that, but I'm just not a sunglasses fan. So you're never going to see me wearing them. So to end on a less apocalyptic note as we go out of this, I'd love to hear from each of you. I would hold you each up as role models of who's doing brand funded content in really great ways, taking individual approaches to that. And my question to each of you is, aside from the Prudential ads that you're seeing in your Hulu feed, Alex, is there a brand out there that each of you would look out that's doing this well, that's playing in this space, doing something interesting, doing something new, or breaking the mold? Although each of you have broken the mold in some really unique ways with a brand, and Calvin Klein that has managed to stay culturally relevant at a time for decades when people can't stay culturally relevant for a week. MasterCard being a global relevant brand to every single person across the globe in innovative ways, down to the brand funded content of an Oscar and the Cannes Film Festival, and the relevance that each of you have, Ivana and Alex, have brought to the table. Who's doing it best that's not you? No one, she says.
I mean, there's a whole host of, advertisers on Instagram who I think are great. But yeah, I mean, and this is like dated, right? But it would have been like Glossier and Away from like a couple of years ago. And just in terms of like what's been interesting, but this is more of an ask. Pharma, like that whole category just needs a redo. Like, and I mean, say it every day.
I'm like, anyone in pharma listening, like, we're happy to help. It's like,
yeah, I mean, even
like,
if you take the Geico approach, please, like someone in pharma figure that out.
I do think the healthcare shift and all the healthcare brands are really interesting to watch, like Okta and all of those brands that are like coming to the forefront now. They've been doing a really tremendous job reaching the consumer in new ways.
Okay, so I'm the music to let you know you've all been going on too long. Thank you guys so much for that. That was a great conversation. Pro tip: anytime anybody asks you for a brand that's doing it well, just say Nike. You can't go wrong. I will guarantee you, if you look at conferences, 75% of the people answer Nike to that question.
I live with a Nike and a former Nike exec. So yeah, Nike. Yeah,
it goes without saying. Yep.
Yeah. And I forgot who was just mentioning the issues with pharma, but yeah, big time. I mean, we really think that one of the reasons that people hate advertising so much and are so turned off on it from linear TV is because of DTC pharma advertising. And that's not even an exaggeration. When you have a full minute of death and dying in almost every commercial break, it really gets to you. Like, previously the ad may not have been, completely relevant to you. Maybe you already own the product, but it's like, it's okay. I'll listen to this. But it's like, I was watching a comedy show, I won't mention on which network, and they put in this ad for this breast cancer medication that basically allows you to extend your life by a year or two. And it's about this woman, spending her last moments with her young daughter before she died. And I was like, oh my God, like I can't, it's touching, but like not every 5 minutes.
Dear Pharma, we're all here to help. Like, just please reach out for help. We have a hotline.
Yes,
like, Dear Pharma, we are your DTC. We are here to help.
Yes. Anyway, but thank you so much. That was a really wonderful discussion, far-ranging, and we're going to see about those glasses. Jury is still out, so if they do become big, you remember Alex Wallace from Verizon told you they were coming. Anyway, we have our next panel coming up now. We have we have Chris Marino, the global head of performance marketing and media at Bloomberg Media. And that is going to be moderated by by John LaVecchia, the Senior Vice President of Brand and Advertiser Partnerships for Americas at DoubleVerify. So both of you guys, welcome to the stage. Here's John Franco.
Hello, sir.
And here is Chris, and I'm going to go back into TV land. So take it away, guys.
Thanks so much, Alan.
Hey, thank you so much, Alan. Hello, everyone. My name, again, is John LaVecchia, SVP of Brand and Agency Partnerships for the Americas at DoubleVerify. Absolutely thrilled to be here today. For those folks not familiar with DoubleVerify, we authenticate the quality of media for some of the world's largest and most recognized brands. At the core of our market proposition sits the DV Authentic Ad, which is the singular and definitive measure of media quality, ensuring each and every impression is brand safe, fraud-free, viewable, and delivered in the geography intended. Now, as we look towards the future and continue in our ambition to verify everywhere, and that is every impression, every platform, all media, all markets, we're also extending into new product realms, evolving from our core of media quality and protection into performance solutions. via the DV Performance Suite, which now is inclusive of intention measurement signals as well as contextual solutions, all of which are designed to help illuminate new performance signals and help our marketing partners extract full potential out of their digital investments. So with that, I'm absolutely thrilled to introduce Chris Marino, Global Head of Performance Marketing and Media from Bloomberg Media. Hey, Chris, how are you?
Hey, John, great to see you. I'm very jealous of your view right now. It's making me think I need to leave New York City.
The benefits of the birds, yes, certainly a little bit more room. Well, welcome today. So glad we got to connect earlier this week. I'm really excited to have you on board.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's great to be here. And congratulations to you and the team at Double Verify for your IPO last week. Very exciting.
Absolutely. We have some phenomenal runway ahead of us. Great momentum. It's been an exciting couple of weeks for sure. Thank you so much.
It's awesome.
Excellent. So tell us a little bit about your background, Chris, if you don't mind. I know you've recently joined Bloomberg Media, but where were you immediately prior?
Yeah, absolutely. So prior to Bloomberg, I spent 9 years at American Express, and I loved my time at Amex. And that time really just demonstrated to me the importance of putting the customer at the center of everything that you do. And I had the privilege of leading a number of digital brand and performance marketing initiatives on behalf of the company, really helping to raise awareness for how we are helping small businesses do more business, but also making sure that the small businesses had the right level of working capital to help propel their business to the next level. After my time at Amex, I spent some time at Instagram, and at Instagram, I really sort of learned about just doing business at an unprecedented scale, right? It's sort of amazing to work at a tech company from that perspective, and had the opportunity to work on Instagram shopping as we scaled that, really thinking about how did Instagram capture on the opportunity of entering into the e-commerce space. And again, from a business perspective, how do we enable small businesses to be successful as storefronts were no longer a thing, right? Like doing business online digitally was critical. And it was really important for Instagram to enable businesses to show up where their audience was spending their time. And now I'm at Bloomberg. I'm a couple months in and learning the business and really enjoying it thus far. And I'll talk a little bit about, sort of what I'm responsible for as we progress.
Yeah, fantastic. So you just touched on two things. First off, at Amex Small Business Saturday, and the launch of that was, it still remains one of my favorite activations to this day. And just to see it kind of live on after 10 plus years at this point is amazing. And I've always loved the potential and the prospects of Instagram's intersection of content and commerce. It is a perfect platform. I think we'll see some similar momentum with TikTok in time. So
totally.
You're now at Bloomberg Media, right? And you've taken on this new role, a little bit of a kind of an extension from that commerce focus, obviously. So tell me a little bit about kind of the overall scope of your role and that of your broader team.
Totally. So I think, what really, for me, what's really important is purpose-driven branding, right? And one of the biggest reasons I joined Bloomberg Media was because it's a really mission-driven company. And the mission is to arm the modern leader with the insights and knowledge that they need to navigate various different dimensions of their lives and the complexities of the world. And for me, news is just more powerful than it's ever been right now. And I wanted to make sure that I was on the right side of sharing information that helped people to make decisions based off of it. In terms of my team sort of sits within the consumer subscriptions business for Bloomberg. And that's really comes in the form of Bloomberg.com. And what's really exciting about joining this company is as of Q1, we have over 300,000 active subscribers, and we're poised for pretty tremendous sustainable growth. And as we think about what are the drivers of that growth, paid media is a really big one. And so my team is really focused on full funnel media buying, planning, and platform partnerships across all digital channels. And, when I think about what is the goal and job to be done, we really want to meet our audience, those modern leaders, where we know they are spending time with contextually relevant content that changes their perception, or drives awareness of Bloomberg.com and what we're doing. And then we're really sort of focused on how do we convert that audience into a paying subscriber once we've demonstrated that there is a clear value exchange. And so I'm passionate about media, passionate about news, and this just felt like the right next step for me in my career.
That's awesome. Very exciting. So as you've taken on this new role, right, and you've taken it on at a particularly interesting time in the marketplace, and I would say while the last year has been phenomenally disruptive for every single one of us, it has been part and parcel of the digital ecosystem for the last 20 plus years that I've been in it. It's kind of been the primary thread that's been constant. So as you're thinking about the perpetual disruption that's happening, how are you thinking about digital innovation or innovation broadly? And how are you bringing that sensibility to your role?
Yeah, it is a crazy time in digital from a privacy and regulatory perspective, and the industry is changing so dramatically. And I think for me, there are really three tenets that I use, but I'll start with, with any good business, right? You have to be constantly reinventing yourself. And I think the digital transformation is sort of just forcing us all to raise the bar in terms of how we're thinking about this constant evolution. One of the things that Ken Chenault at Amex said is we want to be the company that puts ourselves out of business, right? And I think that's a really important framework as we're thinking through this digital innovation. But for me, there are three things, right? There is making sure that we are being audience led, right? And prioritizing what are the needs of our audience and how do we meet them, right? The second is it's crazy how much data that we actually have access to today, right? The amount of data is actually overwhelming. And so how do we make sure that we're using data to form a data-driven hypothesis that then allows us to go to the next sort of tenet, which is just embracing a test and learn philosophy, right? Data should never be a crippler of how you move in your business, right? It should empower you. And so formulating a hypothesis, quickly getting that hypothesis to market and validating, and then scaling is critically important. And in terms of Bloomberg, I think that's what really sort of attracted me to the company, right? Like when I think about Bloomberg Media, everything that we do starts with that audience and understanding their habits and their preferences to deliver really relevant content, relevant news. And I think our ethos is very much centered around this idea of iterative test and learn. So how do we validate our insights in a lab or on our website? And how do we consistently test and learn, right? And I think understanding that data very quickly and making decisions is really core to everything that we do. And it's sort of exciting, right? It's exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time. And so I'm excited about the change. I think it's just forcing us all to sort of raise the bar and acknowledge that you can't know everything, right? You can try.
You never will, though. I think that's fairly obvious. So you've just touched on two quick themes. I just want to dig a little bit deeper in, if you don't mind. Number one, you talked about this preponderance of data, this overwhelming volume of data. How do you kind of identify the key signals amidst the noise? That's my kind of the first question that I have. And then this idea of test and learn, was this a sensibility that already existed at Bloomberg Media, or was this a new approach, a new mindset, a new philosophy that the teams are kind of rallying around?
Yeah, I think, in terms of the test and learn piece, I think this is what the business has been built on. And this is what has been sort of like driving this sustainable growth over time. In terms of audiences, I think it's just pushing us to make sure that we're doing like constantly learning from a qualitative and quantitative perspective in terms of research, right? And using different platforms for different strengths to sort of garner those customer insights that then informs how we think from a newsroom perspective, right? It's really this idea of constant data sharing. And so I wouldn't say that I've necessarily brought a new way of thinking to Bloomberg. I'm really helping to sort of expand on an already successful framework and how we adapt that framework to some of the digital changes, which is sort of exciting to me.
Yeah, that's amazing. Cool. Let's shift gears for just a moment. And again, you have talked about the need to align with audience expectations and establishing a relevant thread of connection. But we do find ourselves in this new world of hyper-personalization and customization, and a customer that's expectations are also perpetually changing, right? So how do you ensure the marketing experiences, the media touch points are consistently contextually relevant and culturally relevant?
Yeah, I think, it really starts with, as a marketer, the one thing that I am always looking for within the data, right, is what is that unifying insight or that cultural tension that is going to really resonate with our audience, and sort of like, how do we use qualitative and quantitative testing to get to that insight? Once we've established that insight, how do we sort of bring that to life in a way that creates that value exchange that I alluded earlier to? And I think, when I think about Bloomberg and how they've sort of like handled this last year, Bloomberg Media launched their first brand campaign. And so I think it's kind of an exciting opportunity and time to join to think about how we iterate on the success of that campaign. But the campaign was very focused on inventing possibilities. And that was the core tenet of the campaign. And that was really derived by, at a moment of unprecedented change and global transformation, our leaders, modern leaders, that audience that I had alluded to that we're so focused on, were sort of actively seeking resources that help them to navigate that change, whether that be sort of economic change, political change, technological change, or even social trends, right? And once we understood what was important to our audience, we really set out to provide what were the right tools and resources that would not only advance them both professionally, but also personally. And how did we meet them where we knew they were spending time across digital, audio, and streaming services to deliver that value add, right? And I think, to me, that's always sort of the core tenet is, finding that unifying insight, and then finding surprise and delight ways to bring that insight to life where we know our audience is spending their time. And to me, that's the beauty of marketing. And that campaign resonated really well, and we're continuing to sort of build on the efficacy of that. So it's an exciting time.
That's awesome. And I imagine there was cross collaboration efforts that went into that. So let me just play off that a little bit, if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
So my background is, I've been rooted in digital and creative agencies for a long time, 15 plus years. I was immersed in that culture, and I was always inherently motivated and energized by the intersection of media and creative. Now, if I can be a contrarian for the moment, I also believe that, and again, this might be my own purview, but it sometimes feels like we've lost the spirit of creative invention in digital media. So what are you doing deliberately to bring these two worlds, these two sensibilities, these two cohorts together to drive meaningful, sustained impact across all of your marketing activations?
Totally. I think, it's interesting because as I've gone from company to company, usually there is an organizational structure that creates a little bit of a barrier, right? And it's sort of like your media team sits on one side, your creative team sits on the other side. And, more often than not, it might create this tension of, well, the media is not doing the right thing or the creative's not doing the right thing. But I think in reality, the two are just so interconnected, right? Like, the job of media is, how do we get in front of the right person at the most efficient price? And then how does the creative sort of like win the hearts and minds of that person? And I don't think you can think about those things independently of each other. And I think that is really creating a lot of collaboration opportunities. And when I think about it, there is sort of a process that I think people need to think through. I'm sure they're already thinking through this. This is not necessarily a novel idea, but it's how do we make sure that as we are briefing, we're coming up with that insight or that cultural tension, and we're understanding where people are spending more time. We're developing this idea of an integrated brief, right? And so everyone is involved in that process of the audience development, of the hypothesis, of the testing plan, right? And we plan together. And I think that is, it's easier said than done. I think it's also critical to just rally around the same objectives, right? Like, at the end of the day, you can't separate the success of these things. And so just bridging that collaboration gap is the other piece. I think the second thing is there's so much opportunity for creative testing these days, right? And so I think, as I have sort of alluded to before, this idea of test and learn, of how do we use platforms to validate creative concepts or creative thinking before we go longer on them in the process, right? And I think that's pretty core to me is who better to tell us whether we're in the right place than our audience, than our customers, and then how do we build on that in a fluid enough way where it continues to inform the campaign. And I think for me as a media strategist, and this is sometimes where you might see a difference, right? Is I am a true believer in brand, right? Like I believe brand drives demand. Whether creative is in or outside of my scope, I want to be involved in it, right? Because I think the storytelling is where you really connect, where you really create this purpose-driven mission that will ultimately drive profit. And so that's a long-winded way of answering the question, but I just think those worlds are so interconnected.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I do think there's this magic that happens when there's just a perfectly executed on message. It's culturally topical. It's targeted effectively, et cetera. And we'll get into the targeting piece in just a moment. But you hit on a couple of things that I just think are really fundamentally interesting. So number one, gaining alignment around a brief sounds like a profound statement. It's so, but it doesn't happen enough. And really, I find it to be the most effective way to align around those shared priorities, shared expectations, which are critically important. But if I can just dig a little bit into, as you're evaluating creative impact and efficacy, as you heard me in our tee up, we're moving into at least a portion of our product proposition into attention measurement. And I'm curious, as we're navigating into new environments and new worlds, what are some of the metrics that fall into that realm? Are you ingesting, optimizing against, just using as an insight driver? Curious to get a little bit of texture there.
Yeah, totally. I think attention has never been more difficult to win over, right? And so I think there are ways that you can skin that in terms of like visually, how do you show up to break through? Tonally, how do you show up to break through? I think there are like a couple of tactics that you can use. Messaging wise, right? Are you delivering something that's on brand but unexpected and that creates that sort of value exchange? And then in terms of the actual metrics, right? I think what I'm really focused on is how do we break through in feed or in platform to drive people's attention, whether that come in the form of sort of like video views, right? Things along those lines of how do we get someone to engage with the content that we've actually shared. But what I'm more focused on is how do we get someone to actually continue that journey in a really meaningful way outside of the ecosystem where they're spending their time, right? And so I think these vanity metrics are important and they're helpful diagnostics, but what's more important is how do you start a conversation with your audience in a way that is authentic to your brand? And then how do you get them to your own website where you can continue that journey in a really authentic way? And I think for me, that means placing a little bit less emphasis on some of those in-platform vanity metrics and much more on getting incremental people to come to our website so we can deliver those surprise and delight experiences.
No, that's exactly right. And again, they are measures of engagement, right? They are measures of efficacy, but they're certainly inputs into a broader narrative. Let me shift gears, if you don't mind, just a touch, playing off the data and tech piece. Obviously, Bloomberg Media sits very squarely at the intersection of data and tech. You've touched on the audience that you're trying to energize and secure, and you've talked about a lot of different ways that cultural sensibility has been expressed throughout the org. So how are you creating a culture of data agility and decisioning, right? Because we keep alluding to this ongoing disruption in the marketplace. Change is inevitable. It's perpetual. It's constant. So how do you create a model that allows you to move fast, right?
Yeah.
And in as informed a way as possible.
Yeah, totally. It's a great question. And it is really core at the core of everything that my team does. And so, one of the first things, and I'll make this one more specific to paid. But, as you think about paid, one of the biggest questions or challenges that you really start with in coming into a new role or just thinking about optimization is like, what is the right level of investment or spend, right, per platform per day? if you don't have rigor around that, or you don't create a culture that incentivizes that, you've got a challenge. And so one of the first things that I really like to think about is this idea of stepwise testing, right? And it's really sort of leveraging yield curves to understand on a daily basis, at what point would your investment reach diminishing returns, right? And like, how much flexibility do you actually have within the platform on any given day? Because a lot of times in media, you'll either be asked to take on more, a lot more, with a high expectations, or you'll be asked to cut, right? And so understanding sort of across all the platforms that you're investing in, where are those opportunities is absolutely critical. I think what that also helps to garner is this idea of what is the job to be done on each platform, because not each platform does the same things. And so to hold the platform like programmatic to a conversion objective, in my opinion, just feels fundamentally wrong, right? It's sort of like, how do I use programmatic to prospect in the most efficient way, or then using other platforms that sort of lend themselves more to that bottom of the funnel conversion metric, right? And I think that's sort of like really important to me, just in terms of like actually establishing a framework for investment. And then I think about like fluidity within that. A lot of times you might find that people are trying to limit their investments to a certain static number. And so you'll get the question of, well, how much are you spending in XYZ platform this month? And what I like to do is I like to provide a diagnostic for how much we think we might based on current pacing. But you don't want to limit yourself to a static investment, because this idea of fluid investment optimization is so important. And so the more fluidity that you give each platform on a daily basis to optimize against your core objectives, the more profitable you're ultimately going to be as a business. And the last thing I'll add around here is sort of like, I am a big, I talked about this a little bit before, but I'm a big believer in this notion of brand driving demand, right? And I think in many cases, if you look at things on sort of like a sheer CPA conversion basis, you're not going to focus on certain tactics that you think are going to drive meaningful growth in the future, right? Non-branded search, right? Prospecting, all of this sort of stuff. To me, that's just a core tenet of the business. And so thinking about how do you invest across the funnel in the most efficient way as possible, so you can drive that demand, grow your audience in an incremental way, and then now that you know them, really customize that experience for them a little bit more. So those are some of my thoughts on sort of like the data-driven culture. And I think what I found from a team perspective is the team loves that, right? Like they want that. And I think the one thing that we try to not do is cripple ourselves with the data and not allow ourselves to have intuition, because sometimes data suggests that you should do certain things that just feel fundamentally wrong. And so I think it's balancing sort of like that intuition with the data-driven rigor that allows you to formulate a hypothesis.
Yeah, I've always grown up under the mindset of rigor and magic, right? There's science rooted in what we do, but instinct, right? And understanding what resonates with a broad swath of audiences is really what makes media planning what it should be, frankly. You touched on something that I just think is interesting. We don't have to spend too much time on it, but this idea of fluid investments is, I think, fundamental today, right? You need to have that level of flexibility to drive impact. And I love this idea as well, to, taking a step back and looking at this shift in customer expectations, in customer behaviors for this, the last 12 plus months. We obviously saw a massive uptick. TikTok, experience exceptional. Connected TV, another platform at a macro level, ridiculous growth. So it's this idea of multi-sensory measurement and engagement that I also think is really important and probably plays a role, I would imagine, in your world as well.
Absolutely. I think it's and going back to that creative piece, right? And the importance of collaboration. I think, as I think about the job to be done for each platform, the creative really lends itself to fundamentally different things depending on which platform that you're investing in, and finding ways to make sure that you are native and bespoke to that respective platform is so important. And I think it's actually harder to do than people think, right? I think as a performance marketer or anyone who's in digital today, every week I feel like there is a new technology or new feature that is launched, right? It's really difficult to keep up with that, right? But you have to, because from an audience perspective, that is the expectation. And that's where we're constantly pushing ourselves.
Absolutely. And I imagine your teams are multi-generational as well. So they're bringing in their first party views of
absolutely,
which is huge, again, within the media and creative space. So obviously can't have a conversation related to performance if I don't talk about our new and perpetually changing regulatory environment. Obviously GDPR and CCPA have created appropriate tension in the marketplace and with the appropriate level of standardization and rigor. And now that we're fast moving towards this cookieless world, how are you, Bloomberg Media, looking at the future? How are you preparing for the future? Where do you see green shoot opportunities ahead?
Yeah, and I think it's such an interesting dynamic, right? And I'll share like my personal view, but as a customer, right, like I love this notion of personalization. And so for me, I'm willing to trade off on some of that tracking to have a more personalized experience, right? And I think there's a balance from a consumer perspective that we all need to sort of understand is as some of these technologies become more regulated, right? What do you actually trade off? And I think for me, I just want that continued personalized experience. But I sort of think there are a couple of kind of key trends that are happening in the marketplace right now around like some of this disruption. The first is we have been tremendously reliant on cookies, right? And we have relied on things like platform managed user identification. So things like pixels, tags, SDKs, right? We're moving into a world where PII-based brand-owned user identification is actually becoming critically important, right? So knowing your audience, collecting that first-party data, and making sure you can deliver on the value exchange. The second piece is historically, we've had thousands of second and third-party audience segments available across all websites, whether that sort of be intent or affinity audiences using Oracle. But now moving forward, you're going to have much more fragmented, less precise audience segmentation. The last shift that I would sort of say is historically we've relied on this cross-platform view-based multi-touch attribution, so patching things together. And in the future, we're really moving forward towards this sort of like browser platform-controlled anonymized measurement. And in my mind, that's leading to this idea of a new measurement playbook. And I think there are kind of 5 tenets across that measurement playbook. The first is just aggregated, right? And so how do you set up a model that where your marketing isn't necessarily entirely dependent on user level tracking or IDs? Like number one. Number two is thinking about sort of like how are we complementary and compatible with platform automation and technology? The third is thinking about a layered approach, right? So there is no one size fits all solution. The fourth is incrementality, and I think this is going to be so important, is making sure that everything you do is directly tied to core business outcomes. And the last is flexibility. So just thinking about different customer journeys and the roles that they play and the right KPIs for those. And I think that's a really important one, and it's one I alluded to earlier, just around the right metrics for each stage of the funnel. And so that's how I'm thinking about things. And I think the most important thing right now is to try and break down the problems, have a hypothesis around how you solve. And I think really use this year as a big opportunity to test and learn and understand what does this mean for the efficacy of your program. And that's sort of what I would say about that.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I love the idea of kind of embracing this kind of layering view, right? That there's not a one size fits all. There are a lot of inputs into measuring efficacy and impact, and it sounds like you have a very sophisticated approach there, which is fantastic to see. We're running out of time. I just want to kind of land on our final question here. So I'll leave this one broad and open-ended for you. Yeah. Again, very exciting year. DoubleVerify has some exciting propositions as we're looking forward. What are you excited for as you look towards the remainder of this year, heading into 2022? We're almost halfway through this year, which is insane to think about. And what are you terrified?
It's funny, I think the things that I'm most excited and most terrified by are the same, quite frankly, like the scale of digital transformation is just so rapid. And I think there has never been a time where there are so many unknowns. For me as a marketer, that's really exciting because I feel like it's pushing me outside of my comfort zone. It's allowing me to be more vulnerable and be really clear about what are the things that I don't know and how do I close those gaps, right? There is, marketing and technology are coming together in a way where they never have before. And I just think that's a fascinating notion. And what that actually means is embracing a fundamentally different skill set for not only myself, but for the people that we bring on to the team. And I think that's super exciting because I genuinely feel like each day I am learning something new. I am learning something different. And I'm using platforms like Brand Innovators, right? Where you've got a 3-day media buying summit. You've got some incredibly thoughtful people in the industry who are all facing similar challenges. How do we use these forums to come together and learn from each other? So I'm super excited about that. I'm also concerned about that, right? Is I like to, have a very clear way of doing things and knowing the answers. And I think you can never know everything, as we all know. But using this opportunity to sort of challenge yourself to just be better every day. So it's exciting, it's scary, but I think that is business at the end of the day.
Totally. And I love that idea of this openness to vulnerability. I think we are all engineered to think, I shouldn't say that. I think we're all open to learning, don't get me wrong, but we're maybe inclined to think we know the answer. But having a level of honesty and transparency with yourself is huge. And this idea of bringing multiple perspectives into the equation, I think is vital, right? And especially, as I mentioned earlier, the need to kind of develop these multi-generational teams that are bringing different points of view, different life experiences to the table are hugely valuable to the team. So we have a question. Oh, sorry. Were you going to say something?
I was just sort of going to say, like, I think, it even informs a hiring philosophy and like very much around this idea of Steve Jobs, like had put out there, which is you have to hire people that are better than yourself, right? And know more than you do. And I think that is so critical right now is you've got to hire people who are going to tell you what to do, not the other way around. And just creating that culture of openness to ideas is so important to me. And it's honestly made me so much better over the years. And so really excited about that too.
That's excellent. Well, this was a great conversation. We do have a question from the audience. So not surprisingly, over the last year, many brands have reduced their media budgets. How has your media plan strategy evolved? If your budgets were reduced, how were you applying more creative and innovative ways to break through?
Yeah, and I won't talk about sort of like our media budget and where that is, but what I will say, going back to the idea I sort of shared earlier, is this is where that rigorous stepwise testing is so important. Because if you are able to connect, and this is a big opportunity in media, right? As you can look at media as a media buying platform and you can use the vanity metrics, or you can tie it directly to the business. And so there is a conversion element to that. There's a traffic element to that, and how you're able to paint the picture of your business and the role that media plays in driving that business is so critically important. So having a conversation around, hey, we can either take on more or we can reduce, but here is the impact. I think it's just clarity around messaging. But in order to have that clarity, you really need to understand the dynamics of your program at a very granular level so people can assess the trade-offs. And I think that's really important. And I think from a media perspective, you should also be able to come to the table with what is best for the business, right? In some cases, that will be taking on more. In some cases, that will be taking on less, right? I think it just really depends on where the maturity of your business is. And we're in hyper growth right now. And so I think we're having a lot of really positive conversations around those things.
It's amazing. Another question here. And we touched on this notion of purpose-driven and mission-driven priorities as you're approaching your world. Question, what are the biggest challenges you face in your career implementing purpose-led programs? And on the flip side, what are the biggest opportunities?
Yeah, the challenges are, I think, at a leadership level, right? do you have the right leadership that supports what purpose-driven branding actually means, right? Because I think brand is one of these things where it's not a short-term investment, it's a long-term investment. And so I think one of the biggest challenges, agnostic of company I've been at, is sort of like, do you have someone that believes in it? One. Secondly, do you have a way to, when I talk about brand and purpose-driven marketing, I really think about performance branding, right? And so as we're getting out there and we're spreading this purpose message, how are we tracking how many new people are coming to the website as a result of that message, right? How are we tracking their sort of engagement on the website? How are we growing our remarketing pool, right? Like, how are we doing all of those things in a way that takes brand a little bit more out of this qualitative space and into this more quantitative space, and painting a 3 to 5 year picture? And I see Alan's here to kind of keep us moving. So I'll end with that.
Little playoff music there. Thank you so much, guys. That was a great conversation. You guys had some nice chemistry too, which is always good to see. And just really good insights into sort of what's going on in sort of digital marketing with two very interesting companies. So thank you so much for that. To keep things moving here, we are happy to welcome Katie Hanafi, who is the head of media at PepsiCo Beverages North America, and moderating her panel, or being the sort of the counterpart there, is Pamela Young, who is the vice president of CPG at Velasys. Anyway, I will leave it to you two. That's awesome. Pepsi's killing it with backgrounds today. Yesterday, you had somebody who had a Pepsi T-shirt on. You've got the nice. Iconic. Those of you not from New York, that's the iconic Pepsi sign on the East River. So take it away.
I'm actually sitting on the East River right now. That's real time.
Okay, very good, very good. And I can hear the tugboats going by. That's great. Okay, guys. I will be back in about 45 minutes.
Awesome. Thanks, Howard.
Hi, Katie. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Happy Friday. We made
Happy Friday.
Awesome. Well, I am so excited to be here with you. You are such a powerhouse in the world as I think about PepsiCo and I think about media. I feel like you've been here for a very long time in terms of exposure and time in. So I would love to just give you a couple of minutes to talk about what your background is, how long you've worked with PepsiCo and led their media team, and maybe since we had coffee the other day, tell us how many cups of coffee have you had today?
Sure, absolutely. So first of all, thank you, Brand Innovators, for having me. Super excited to be here. This is a great opportunity. So just to give you all a little bit of background about myself, I am at heart a media specialist. I started at a number of media agencies in New York, working on a bunch of different businesses from P&G to MCI, WorldCom to Intel to Hardee's, so lots of different experiences. And then I joined Pepsi 15 years ago, which has been, I can't even believe it, it'll be 15 years in August. And it's been a phenomenal journey. The brands are great. The corporation is great. And for me, my career, which is unique, I'm not really a generalist, I'm a specialist. So my career has been at Pepsi in the media department the whole time. I've had the privilege and honor to work on basically every single beverage brand in the portfolio except Gatorade. They're based out of Chicago. But we've launched new brands. We have our big powerhouse brands. And the awesome thing about Pepsi is the only thing that's constant is change. So between our brands changing and the changing landscape of media, like, it's just been a phenomenal journey. So I'm so lucky to be here and now leading the beverage group for media strategy and investment.
That's amazing. So awesome. Well, Chicago could use a little love. So if you want to hang out with me here, I'm sure Gatorade would be thrilled to have some additional support and firepower. In terms of I think what we've talked about from a Media Summit perspective, I've sat in some of these sessions. They've been incredible. I feel like a lot of the topic, right, of where we start is where we're at. So we're in this kind of middle pandemic, end of pandemic, we're getting there. But I think that the important part is like the effect that it's had on individuals, right? The way that we consume media, the way that society and consumers are interested in engaging with brands, our outlook, our attitudes have all shifted. And I think a lot of people have spent time talking about CTV and the impacts of CTV, and I don't want to not go there because I think we absolutely can. But I would love to understand, specifically with PepsiCo and your background in terms of always owning the streets. I feel like you guys are always in the right places at the right times, in that event mindset of, you know, you love our brand and we love you and you love this thing. So let's talk about it, or let's be here with you and be present with you. So question to you is, how are you thinking about and how have you navigated this like more homebound focused world that we live in, and what brands do you feel like have pivoted really well and kind of led your portfolio?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, last year was an unbelievable, crazy year for all of us, right? And hopefully we would never, ever have to go through it again. But I think there were some really good pivots and lessons, right, that we were able to do, surprisingly, I would say very quickly. And there are a bunch of things that we thought about as consumers were not able to go out, scared to go out, right? And how do we get our brands to still engage and provide value? And quickly comes to mind two things that we did last year for Pepsi specifically, which we all know plays a tremendous role in music and live music, and even in broadcast events. Like, it's just the DNA is music. So we quickly pivoted and partnered with Global Citizens to do One World at Home virtual concert, right? Which was a phenomenal experience. Celebrities, talent, artists all lined up. We partnered with our media partners, our social partners, like everybody really came together quickly to try to pull this off and really bring some entertainment value and escapism for folks at home. And it was a really great thing that we did. And I couldn't be prouder of the team for pulling that off. And then we did a second event around the election. And we know last year, again, very, very important for people to go out and vote and get their voices heard. And for us, you know, we wanted to support that and say, hey, you know what, get out and vote, unmute your voices, right? So we partnered with a media partner called Triller, who we put on another concert for Pepsi, right? Like, that's where we really excel. And that was another phenomenal thing where we were able to bring a great message of unmuting your voice, encouraging people in a time when we wanted people to go out and vote, a great positive message, and then using media and media partnerships to bring that to life. So all still at the comfort of your own home and being safe at your own home. So really two great examples of, you know, pivoting to the virtual world really quickly with a lot of, not a lot of learnings, but figuring it out as you go, which was phenomenal.
No, I think you guys did an incredible job. And as a consumer, as a person who participated in the events, right, it gave me something to do, which I feel like was also much needed in that moment of like, I mean, what were we, a month and a half into the pandemic? I mean, it was such a quick pivot. So incredible work there. As you think about kind of deepening that partnership and engagement moving into 21, what's your outlook look like now?
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to continue the consumer engagement route. Pepsi has been on a roll with being part of culture, and that is definitely going to be a priority for us. And I know I'm only really giving examples for Pepsi, but it's important for all of our brands in the portfolio. But recent example that we just did coming out of February for the launch of our Pepsi Wild Cherry flavor was a game show with Fox. And that was, you know, a really unique experience, trying to bring the flavors to the flavor of cherries, wild cherry together, and in a consumer engagement way. And it wasn't just about the broadcast show. Of course, we had a digital app. Consumers could play along with it. There were prizes to be run, again, providing that value, but bringing it back to media, partnering with a powerhouse like Fox to unlock that and do that and help us produce it and co-build it and promote it. So really, really, I think you'll start to see more of those coming out of us, even more so than what we've done in the past.
That's awesome. So yeah, it was really phenomenal. And honestly, as a person that's so excited for the wild cherry flavor and even the mango flavor, coming into this current launch, right? I think that's been such a great way to bring those alternate forms of Pepsi as you think about growing that category. So super cool.
Yep, absolutely.
Awesome. Over the last couple of days, I feel like we've been talking a lot about CPGs and data and audiences and how we're thinking about that world. And I will do probably a poor job, but I'll try quoting Mike Scafidi, another one of your partners at Pepsi, yesterday. He spent a little bit of time talking about your first party data strategy and really thinking about how PepsiCo has been a global brand, right? So you have these big brands, but you also have built relationships. And I think you alluded to it here too, like you're a promotional company too, right? And so you have these relationships with your consumers and you really own those relationships. And so talk to us a little bit about how you're thinking about audience and this harnessing this first party data that you have and a little bit into that strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Mike is the expert in the data. So I'm not going to get into technology and the sources there, but whatever Mike says that we should be using, I trust him. I know he knows it better than I do. So it's great to have that collaborative partnership at such a big company. But to your point, like we do have a proprietary data source called CDNA data, which is a combination of data sources. Definitely our first party, some of it is third party. Also part of it is like where consumers are buying, what are their media habits, right? So it's really a holistic look for the consumer across the board. And we use this data from the start of campaign planning and helping feed in consumer insights, creative insights, all the way down through media activation. So actually importing this data to specific platforms to actually find them and reach them with the right message at the right time. So definitely an integral part of every media campaign that we do once we get up and running. Then in terms of like, it's not just set it and forget it, which I'm sure everyone doesn't do anymore, right? Then we get into real-time optimization. And even within the data, there's subsegments and there's behavioral attributes to understand what is working, what's not working. Can we serve different versions of creative and optimize it? And that is a very collaborative effort across the board with the brand teams, with our real-time optimization team, of course, with our agency partner, OMD, to try to understand what in real time is working and having those discussions to say, hey, we should shift to this, or we should shift to this. This isn't working, this isn't performing, and being able to do that. Then, of course, we wouldn't be a packaged good company if we didn't have mixed modeling, right, and ROI. So we also look at that. I mean, the lag time, I should say, is a little bit longer, right? And we have different data sources to understand what's the impact on the business. But from a media perspective, we have a proprietary tool that gets down almost to the partner level of how it is driving the impact of the business. So we can have those discussions with senior management, the brands, the key stakeholders to say, hey, this is really working, this isn't working, or we chose to do this for a different strategic reason, which is totally fine. But just understanding where it sits in the payoff of the business is critical to making our media plans stronger as we continue to evolve them.
That's so awesome. I love that. And I think, I feel like day one, there was some conversations around measurement, but I applaud you guys for taking that into your four walls and really having the responsibility there. I think so many CPGs, right? There's a lot of third-party partnerships out there, but being able to harness that inside your four walls and knowing how powerful it has been across even just the work that we do with you all is incredible. So that is a bravo for that. As we think about kind of shifting into that, so measurement, right? Incredibly important, but also you guys as a brand company, that relevance and what we talk about, I think, as we think about big national media buys and then that localization. So you guys do that really well. And I'm curious if you're open to sharing a little bit about how you do it. Are there work streams internally? Have you thought about it differently and kind of help give us a scope from an outsider's point of view, look into why does it work for Pepsi and how are you getting that done?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have an internal slogan that's nationally great, locally even better, right? So we know, to your point earlier, like being on the streets, connecting with our consumers is critical. And it's hard to do that when you sit in headquarters, right? So we have a division structure that enables and empowers our local teams to make decisions what is based on what is right for their market. So I would say, you know, over the last 3 years, we just started this division, and like in any big corporation, there's a learning curve and there's challenges, but we are now getting to a place where we are really working together 100% to align marketing big bets, brand big bets, with the ability to then customize. And from a media perspective, we are now integrating our media agency, to be able to have that embedded resource to say, hey, I understand what Pepsi's doing on a national level. How do I take that and bring that to the North Division or the South Division? And what are their objectives? And is there synergies or opportunities? And is there able to customize it so we don't have to either reinvent the wheel again, or we just shift and lift with a little localization of a customization that really makes it make sense for their consumers in their market. So I think there's a huge opportunity there. We are certainly getting better at it. I think digital is a big unlock for us, right? Trying to figure out how do we leverage some of our big social platforms, both at a national level, at a local level. How do you manage frequency? How do you manage communication? What is that creative? So I think by having an integrated media team and an agency that has overview of all of that, they can help provide better recommendations and ways of buying that can unlock some efficiencies and ideally drive the business at the end of the day.
Right. Yeah, totally. And I think as a partner, I can honestly tell you it's been such a refreshing, it's just been so refreshing to work with your teams, both at that local level and all the way up to your expertise, right? And it's been incredible to see the localized teams become more and more aware of how media spending and buying works. And then also your teams be able to be connected there and kind of do the through line to make sure that everything's being communicated properly, and that you're not, I think what we've talked a little bit about is like making sure that you're managing that frequency across the board.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And frequency is it's definitely a challenge. I'm sure a lot of advertisers are facing the same challenge. And I would add on to that it's just not the local, like we have an e-com team, we have a shopper team. So we are getting better at collaborating across all of media in the market to make better decisions and understand the bigger picture, right? The consumer doesn't know if it's coming from the e-com team, the media team, the local team, or whatever, right? So we really want to make sure that our plans make sense from the consumer perspective, and we are not over frequencing them, and we give them the right message at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's so important. And I think such an interesting thing as the retail media space continues to grow, right? And we continue to have more and more partnerships and kind of, mandatory or retailer owned partnerships, right? And so making sure you're able to work with those teams alongside you is super important.
Well, it's interesting when your biggest customers are also media partners, right? So there's definitely an interesting dynamic from that relationship.
I absolutely, I can only imagine. So that's amazing. So cool. So let's shift a little bit to like, as we open up, right? So I can't believe I'm saying this, but we're halfway, right? Almost halfway into the end of the year, right? April 30th. And I was really, if I'm being honest, like I have been so optimistic, right? We're getting vaccinated and we're getting more out there, and we're seeing people, I think sort of have this, I was assuming kind of an unbridled, let's get out in summer. And if I'm being honest, from a research perspective, I think people are a little bit more cautious than I expected them to be, right? We're maybe a little used to our habits, or maybe we're not sure. But as you think about that kind of local economy and how important it is to your business, and kind of, we talked a little bit about connectivity on the media side, but obviously there are channels that you guys play in that have been overwhelmingly hurt from a pandemic perspective, right? Restaurants and convenience and gas. How do you think about that in a let's get people out and encouraging people to get out in a safe manner? And how are you thinking about media to help support and bolster those channels?
Yeah, 100%. And I think, even when the pandemic started, as we were trying to make sure our investments last year were being focused in the right areas, I'm going to go back to data, right? There's so much data available to say, where is traffic? Are people going to drugstores? Are people going to the gas and convenience stores? And then we also look at our own customers and understanding where they are. Are restaurants starting to open up? Which markets are they opening up in, right? So based on all of that data, we can then pivot our media plans to say, hey, we want to heavy up and geo-target in X, Y, and Z markets because we know they are moving around. Or we want to pivot our dollars into a channel like, a gas station TV or out of home that can really drive immediate point of purchase near our customers so we can start to get that traffic in store. So there's a number of ways that we can do that. And we're at the heart of it is definitely going to be data, right? And I don't want to sound too cliche about that, but it is definitely something we look at to make sure we can ensure that we're going to drive those profitable channels for us.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And I think this is a perfect time to talk about linear and kind of the shift in where you're going, right? So help us get a sense of, if linear is, I don't want to say it's going away because it's not, it's still a very important part of the media mix. But as you think about that effort and streaming and more addressability, talk to me a little bit about that shift and where your mindset is as you go to plan.
Yeah, I would say that, linear TV's been, dying for years now, right? And it's not going away. And I think there is a role for it. And it depends what that role is by brand. And looking at a holistic video strategy is what we're really looking at, right? So there is so much video content out there, and it's hard to figure out where all consumers are going. The new fronts is next week. Everyone's going to come out with original content, right? Like you have social content, you have digital, you have YouTube is phenomenal. Then you have your streaming services, and there's been an explosion of content, right? So I think you really need to focus on consumer trends. Of course, from a media perspective, you have to look at cost efficiencies, how to reach your target, where your target's at, and frequency. But then you have to really look at a holistic video strategy, which linear certainly plays a role in ours, as does live sporting events. We're big supporters of, we have league partnerships with the NBA and the NFL, in-game sporting events. Last year, those were canceled. We had to pivot. They're coming back. We know sports is a great time to reach consumers with our products. They're celebrating their teams, they're drinking, they're having a great time with our products. So we want to make sure we're going to continue to be in those spaces. So it's really a holistic look. It's not one or the other, but if one is declining and consumers are shifting, of course, we're going to look to make sure that we're going where the consumer's going so we can make sure we can reach them.
Yeah. And based on what we talked about earlier, right? Taking that ROI and looking at it internally to understand and make sure that you're confirming your choices. So that's awesome.
Yep.
So I think as we shift into the last 8 minutes or so of our time, I would love to give the audience of those watching, as we think about 12, 18 months from now, right? What are the big, and we talked a little bit about this, is it the big idea? Is it the next best thing for them to do? But as you think about how to engage customers, what would you say people should think about right now, right? So that they're in the position to be best suited for 12 to 18 months down the road.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer that almost in two ways. One, our brands always have big ideas that they're thinking up, and I'm not going to give anything away on that front. So I'm going to put my media hat on 100%. And I think it's a challenge that we've always been facing, and it's the long-term, short-term play, right? So how do you make sure your brands play a role in culture and being part of the conversation? I think the last panel, Mark, someone asked about societal roles, right? Those are all different spaces that aren't your short-term ROI driving tactics, right? So there's always going to be a way to balance short-term with long-term and trying to drive business, and then have the longer tail of driving equity, brand love. Those are all important metrics to us as well. So it's not a new challenge. It's just a constant challenge. And in the media landscape where there's just so much fragmentation, it's just getting harder and harder to do so, in my opinion. So I think making sure that you balance that with your media mix for the next 12 to 18 months is critical. I think, and not staying true to it, right? In terms of like being flexible. And someone actually mentioned flexibility is like, that is 100% true. Like being able to look at your investments, be flexible, understand and pivot in real time is something that we don't want to lose, that really the pandemic enabled for us, right? Especially with last year's change in upfronts, like everyone pushed for more flexibility. And I think we're going to continue to do that. Like flexibility is going to unlock that ability to manage short-term and long-term and pivot as the business and the consumer, changes.
Yeah, no, I think that's awesome. And as you think about that, are there specific channels in that flexibility, right? Are there specific things that you guys have tested or that you're really excited about in that new upfront mentality?
Sure. I mean, we have a very aggressive learning, testing and learning agenda. Advanced video products, addressable products, being able to utilize TV, being able to utilize data to inform our linear buys, being able to use our data that gets imported into advanced TV platforms or advanced video platforms, 100%. We're definitely looking at all that stuff. But I would say we also look, to test within new ad products and offerings that our social partners have and that YouTube has. It's across the board. Everyone is innovating, and we want to try and use as much data and new products as we can. And we just don't try it once, we try it multiple times, right? So the whole portfolio, that's the beauty of the company. We even have our Frito-Lay friends. They're testing and learning. We do a lot of sharing across the enterprise. This way, if we figure out one that's really working for the business, then we can all try to scale it up and make sense for the business.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. I think as we think about is there anything, I guess, transparently, is there anything that you guys have tested and learned that you really thought worked really well for the business over the last couple months or year?
I think the OTT, the streaming, I think we are finding is definitely an effective medium. I think what we're finding, there's still cost implications and scale. And I'm hoping that as there's more platforms and more offerings in the marketplace, that we'll be able to just launch, like all of these are starting to come to the market. So we know it's a place we want to play in, but I think we just have to play in it smartly.
Awesome. We have a few more minutes, and there is, I think, what is a fun question in the Q&A. So you've obviously had the pleasure of working on some very fabulous brands at PepsiCo. Mm-hmm. Do you have a favorite marketing campaign? Not a favorite kid, right? Not a favorite brand, but do you have a favorite campaign that you've worked on and or something that you're just super proud of?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one that I'm super proud of, a couple of years ago, we launched a brand new sparkling water, and it was, the name of it is Bubbly, which is doing phenomenal.
Love it.
It was a huge white space opportunity. Like LaCroix came out of the middle of nowhere, even though it's been around for years and years. And, we saw a real outage in our portfolio. So we're like, we're just going to go out and create one. So it was great to work with the marketing team to see that, the product, the packaging, the brand come to life. And then from a media perspective, how are we launching this brand? What's the right way to do it between, video assets, social assets, and getting the system excited and getting our customers excited. So that was just a really fun brand to launch. And I'm so happy that it's still doing so well. And we just launched an innovation this year, Bubbly Bounce, which has a little bit of caffeine in it. So try it if you like sparkling water. It's awesome. It's a phenomenal product.
No, I'm obsessed with it. And I just love how it fits so nicely into an everyday life, right? Like I feel like it hit that perfect consumer moment, that perfect time. And then also, just fun branding, like really fun branding. And you guys did such an incredible job of making sure that the media matched with the message. So that's incredible. Other things that I think as we round out, there's a couple more questions in here that I think might be easy, kind of broadly. As you think about the emerging channels and media channels or media space, how do you factor that into the overall strategy? So do you have an approach that you take in terms of the test and learn or do and learn, or how does Pepsi think about that in the bigger picture?
Yeah, I mean, we have a model which probably could be called a number of different ways of, it's almost like now, next, new, right? So what is happening now that's going to drive your business, and what's that percent allocation of investment that makes sense? What's next, which might be a little bit unproven, but definitely has scale. And then what's completely brand new, and what's that percent allocation? You know, some people have it the 10, 20, 70 rule, or it could be any variation depending on where you are in your investments and brands. But I would say, you know, we always have to pull out some sort of dollars to invest in emerging channels, innovation. Otherwise, we're never going to learn. And at the same time, when business isn't doing great, that's also the first thing that tends to get looked at, that potentially is on the chopping block, which isn't great, right? But at our marketing department and our team, like, we really try to have a clear game plan and what we want to learn, and to make sure it's funded appropriately, to make sure we can plan for the future. We need to future-proof the business. So that's kind of the framework that we use.
Yeah, awesome. And I love that term. I think future-proofing has been such a great way to think about media as we go into it, right? There's been so many changes in the space and just so much evolution in these channels. As you think about the emerging products, do you measure them against the same benchmark? Or are you looking at different things as they move up into that? Like, how does something move from emerging to trusted, right? Is that good proof points, good performance, or is it something more intangible?
Yeah, so I think it's hard to compare it to, especially if we're thinking about ROI, emerging channels are just never really going to pay out for some things that have been tried or true, right? But we do look at other metrics, definitely. We use third-party sales lift studies, or if it's an equity study, get consumer feedback, understand what consumers are feeling about the product, are ads being part of it, if it's a different ad experience. So we definitely look at other metrics 100%. And I think our expectation for the most part is when you're testing these channels and innovation, you're not going to return on your money in the short term. It's really a longer term investment to make sure that you're set up for success. So you have the learning. So when TikTok exploded, that you actually know how to operate on it and you know what best practices are, right? So I think that is critical to invest in that for the longer term payoff.
Totally. I think that's such an important conversation. And I can tell you, as a partner of yours, it's such a refreshing conversation to have with all of the PepsiCo teams as we think about the way that you invest, whether it be across media or transparently when dealing with new brands. Like I'm sure that you have that same approach as you think about Bubbly just being the newest big kid on the block growing into that space. So really thinking about bringing in new tactics and new strategies. Do you tend to balance it across whether it's a mature brand or a new brand still taking, or do you take bigger risks on new brands?
That's a really great question. I think, the established brands tend to have sometimes the bigger investment because they drive the bigger, the more of the business, versus innovation brands that you really have to invest in to grow, right? So I think it's a fine line. I would say we try to do it on both. And actually moving into this year and even the future, like, we're trying to figure out, because some of our brands that even haven't had media, is that an opportunity to test, right? So we do have a number of innovation brands that just came out, Neon Zebra, Driftwell, but we also have brands like Mug that, we haven't marketed in a while. Like, what if we try and figure out a test and learn for that product and get some learning to say, hey, if we did this actually would help the business, or maybe it wouldn't help the business, but trying to think about it holistically across all the great brands that we have.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. And such a good reminder of, those brands that are, how do you invest in a brand like a Mug, right? That, there's loyal customers out there, right? It's still very popular and it's got its loyal people. And is there an opportunity from a media perspective to think about investment? And then, I love that you mentioned Driftwell and Neon Zebra. I think those are such great new categories for Pepsi. So I'm so excited to see how you think about those as we go into the next year. Because I think the cocktail mixer space is such a rich space, and something that you naturally played in but never leaned into before. So that's really cool. And then obviously Driftwell, that, issue that we all have with falling asleep. I can tell you last night was a rough one for me with a 7-month-old at home. Could have used a little bit more help than I had. So I think that's so awesome.
Yep, absolutely.
Very cool. As we round out and wrap up, is there anything that you're most excited about, either from what you've heard here at the Brand Innovator Summit or what we've talked about, or even just as you look into the future, what are you most excited about post-pandemic?
Yeah, I mean,
getting out.
Yeah, from a personal perspective, I love media. I love the challenges. I love that the landscape is always changing, and I love our brand. So it keeps me going is just trying to figure out how to make that connection with our brands through media at the right time, at the right place, and really pull on the heartstrings, right? Like our brands teams do a phenomenal job with great creative. And then, I want to make sure that we can deliver that and it's received well and it's at the most cost-effective way, so we can continue to drive the business. So I think that's what I'm excited about. I'm excited for this year's new fronts, upfronts. I'm excited to see all the production companies open up and see all the great content come out. So it's going to be a great year.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. And you're excited for your ferry ride back across the East River.
Exactly.
There you go. Well, no, that was really great. I've learned about all these new Pepsi products I had no idea about. And I would hire, if I were you, I'd hire Pamela to be the spokesperson for Bubbly. She did an amazing job of selling it.
I sell it to everybody I talk to. Yes. I promise.
Clearly you have a fan there. So I'm intrigued. I'm going to look for it next time I'm in the supermarket for sure. And just, I'm joking with that, but overall, I'm not joking, but overall you did a really good job of really filling out a brand that people really, has always been a leader and people are very curious about. So thank you so much for that, both of you. And now we're going to move on to our next panel. We have on the stage, we have coming up Matthew Coleman, who's the marketing director at State Farm, and he's going to be joined by Ashish Baldua, the chief growth officer at LG Ads. I know Ashish forever, and we're pretty excited. Just a little bit of plug. We're going to be working with LG Ads, Vizio Ads, and Samsung Ads to do a series of reports at TV Rev on the emerging smart TV ecosystem. So keep an eye out for that. These guys have a lot of great insights into that, and what's going on there is pretty exciting. And I'm just going to keep, here's Ashish. Okay. And I will let you guys take it away from there. I am out. See you soon.
Hey, thanks, Alan. Happy Friday, everyone. As Alan, I'm with LG Ads. If folks have not heard about LG Ads, it's because we were previously known as Alfonso, but LG made an investment with us, and now as LG Ads, we give advertisers a single, direct, and exclusive, source of audience data, as well as addressable inventory across 120 million households worldwide. But with that, welcome, Matt. Thank you very much. We're very excited to have you today. As Alan mentioned, Matt is actually the director of media sponsorship and digital marketing. That's quite a mouthful, and I'm sure, Matt, you have a lot of responsibilities, but would like to hear, from your own mouth, like what your day-to-day looks like, what comes under your overall purview.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ashish, and really glad to be here. Hey, everybody. Makes for really busy days. Unfortunately for me, I haven't really been able to spend much time sitting in on the sessions over the last few days because we're starting to plan for next year already. I think Katie just mentioned that we have the new fronts coming up next week, and the new fronts next week, and then the upfront shortly after that. So we're doing some preliminary planning already, and so that's taking up quite a bit of our day to day. But yeah, we're really excited about the media landscape and what's coming, and can't wait to be a part of that. But yeah, sponsorships. We certainly have our sponsorship with the NBA, a number of other partnerships that we have. And so day to day is doing our best to make sure that we're deriving the most value out of those opportunities. In digital marketing, yeah, it's pretty broad. There's a lot that's happening in that space right now, and State Farm is very active there. So makes for some really busy days, Ashish.
Hey, thanks again for taking the time out the details. So you mentioned upfronts there in your introduction. So let me start with a question right there, which is tell us, how you're thinking about media planning with upfronts coming up, given the current climate and given where we came off of, right, which is from last year, which was a challenging situations with upfronts and commitments and all that happened last year. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, 2020 it was obviously challenging for a variety of reasons. So for us and like many other brands, we just had to adapt to make sure that we're meeting customer needs, as well as their changing media consumption habits, right? So you have more and more people that were adopting digital faster, and that adoption wasn't limited to a certain age range. It was happening across the board. But fortunately for us, going into the year, we had planned to build the most flexible plan possible. So we knew there were going to be some nascent spaces that we wanted to explore. And so we wanted to make sure that we had the flexibility in the plan in order for us to be able to test and learn. So fortunately for us, last year, just our various creative agencies and media agencies and partners were just very accommodating as we were trying to navigate those challenges. So I think a common theme, and I just heard Katie say this, and this is true for us, something that will continue as we plan for next year, will be maintaining that level of flexibility going into our media planning cycle.
Got it. So flexibility and change key over there, right? Continuing. Absolutely. Totally. You also mentioned, right, like, I guess streaming video and audio, right? Like you said, with changing behavior, that's what we've seen. They've become very hot topics, and probably rightly so, right? Given just the consumer adoption of those mediums. So how's State Farm thinking about those mediums as part of the broader mix that you have when it comes to your overall planning?
Yeah, Ashish, we're with you, man. Streaming video and audio have exploded over the last 12 months. And we're really, frankly, really excited to see the innovation that's happening in those spaces. I think that gives us some license to think about how we do things differently. And we've tested some things with some various partners there that we're looking to build on as we think about the coming year. But we also know that there are just a growing number of people that are only using streaming services for content, right? So this gives us an opportunity to reach consumers differently, not just through traditional linear television anymore, just a variety of options that are available to us. So yeah, we want to continue to build on the streaming partnerships that we already have, both in video and audio. The thing for us though is we think about planning, and we were just talking about this recently. Deciding the investment mix across all of those different partners can be a challenge, right? Because there are just so many options that consumers have. So where do you start to place your bets, both from a test and learn perspective, but in terms of the outcomes that you are trying to derive in order to drive the business. So trying to balance that can be tricky, and so there's quite a bit of analysis that happens between us and OMD, who's our media agency, to make sure that we're placing the right bets there. And so in order to do that, obviously we're closely monitoring streaming performance, but also just trends overall. And I think those two things combined will certainly help inform what we do next year.
Awesome. Cool. We spoke about the opportunity, which is what's growing, and streaming video and audio are growing. I'm going to flip the next question here, which is, there are positive changes, opportunities, but then there's also changes happening which pose a challenge. And I'm referring to, the changes coming with IDFA being made by iOS. And for folks who don't know what that is, basically going forward, what iOS is doing is consumers will have to give explicit permission to use the IDFA for getting personalized ads, right? And folks see this as a massive change because, consumers, when they explicitly asked, very few consumers are going to opt in. So with those changes, right, with that challenge, how does that impact your mobile ad strategy in general?
Yeah, Ashish, this is probably the hottest topic in marketing right now. It's certainly in all the trades and definitely something that we're thinking about here, and I'm sure a lot of other brands are also. So we know that these privacy changes are going to have a significant impact. We know that mobile audience sizes are going to decrease, so there are going to be fewer conversions that are going to be able to be measured. And we know that those two variables put quite a bit of pressure on our overall mobile ROI. So the impacts of those changes I think are still being assessed. I think some early reads seem to suggest that a sizable portion of folks are starting to opt out. And we'll continue to monitor that over time as everyone else will. But those changes are going to be felt by our media partners certainly, but as well as third-party measurement solution providers, and we think that that's going to happen for some time. Mm-hmm. Now, Ashish, all of that said, we do still think that paid social presents a significant opportunity for brands, namely for us, especially when you consider Apple's footprint. It's just so massive. So we expect to continue making investments in social. Those investments just could look a little different than they did this year.
Got it. Interesting. I guess another very different kind of question that has come up is, I've been the insurance industry ads and the creatives are really very catchy, right? And some of my favorites. So talk a little bit about, how you adapt your messaging, the creatives themselves with the changing time and the environment. And I guess lastly, which one is your most favorite as well? But would love to hear.
Okay, so you're gonna ask my favorite too. Okay, and that one is actually gonna be easy for me. So yeah, characters are used all the time in advertising. So in our category is no different. I don't know that we have any folks that are in our category right now, or any brands rather in our category right now that aren't using some sort of character. But we think that we've done something special by introducing an updated version of Jake from State Farm. So Jake is certainly one of our key distinct brand assets. And we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to put him in environments that allow him to engage consumers in creative ways. So you asked about my favorite. Actually, the example that I was thinking about was the Super Bowl. So I was fortunate enough to be part of the team that worked on our Super Bowl ad this year. So this was the first time that we ever did a Super Bowl ad. And so we actually casted Drake as Jake stand-in, right? So that allowed us to really surprise and entertain people in a way that elevated the perception of Jake as well as our brand. And so you can't really talk about that ad without talking about Jake from State Farm and then ultimately about State Farm. And so just really finding creative ways to lean into what makes your brand unique and kind of weaving those things into your storytelling, we think is critical. And using a platform like the Super Bowl to be able to do that has been really big for us. And so the question that we often get is whether this is something that we think we might do again. I don't know that we've decided that yet, but I can tell you from the results that we've seen, we're really excited about the outcomes from doing that.
Amazing. No, I'll definitely love that ad. A question for you, right? Which is, there is just so much data that we have now, right? There's so many choices in terms of, which medium do you use? There's so many choices in terms of how do you measure? What KPI is right? What's the right methodology of looking at your ROI? So my question to you is, as a marketer, has it become more easier or more difficult? Right? Like, are there more questions asked from the organization of you, versus maybe 20 years back it was, hey, this thing, right? So I'm very curious to hear about how you see today's world relative to what was there in the past, and especially given you've been in the industry for such a long time.
Yeah, and that's a really tricky question. Like for example, marketing attribution, right? Used to be the holy grail. And now there are just so many attribution solutions that are out there. And then you have these iOS and frankly, these coming Android changes related to privacy, where we know that attribution is going to take another hit. So I think on the whole, Ashish, at least for us, measurement is easier. That said, just given the variety of measurement options and just the volatility in the measurement environment overall, it's just going to be important for marketers to be clear about the KPIs that matter most to their business. And so just finding that consistent North Star to make things I just think that if you have that consistent North Star, it just makes it easier for you to kind of navigate those changes as they occur. I think where it's maybe easier to get tripped up is if you're not really focused on the business outcomes that you're trying to achieve, and then trying to find the data sources and the ways to deploy those data sources in a way in a way that complements those outcomes. I think that's where people and brands tend to get tripped up a little bit. We try to be really intentional about the business outcomes that we're trying to achieve. We know that the data sources are going to come and go, whether they're internal data sources or external data sources. But being able to make sure that regardless of the data inputs that come in, that we're stacking those up relative to the business outcomes that we're trying to achieve. I think as long as we're able to do those things, I think it puts us in a better position to be able to leverage data in a way that's more meaningful.
No, that's really interesting. By the way, for folks who want to ask questions, please go ahead. We'll be starting our Q&A in a couple of minutes. Matt, going back to, you referred to about the KPIs you look at, and at LG Ads, we often, when we pitch, we say, hey, reach versus outcomes. You don't have to choose between both, but tell me a little bit about how do you do the balancing act, right? Between the, what KPIs to look at, right, for a given campaign, because there's just so many KPIs to look at, or how do you kind of navigate that whole question about what is a successful way to measure yourself?
Yeah, you mentioned reach versus outcomes, and reach is certainly important to us, right? If you, and I mentioned this earlier, right? The category that we're in is extremely competitive. I want to say we're either second or third in terms of advertising spend by overall category, and so it makes for a pretty intense environment. So reach is certainly something that we're wanting to make sure that we're keeping a close eye on. I think some of the more traditional measures like awareness and consideration are certainly things that we monitor. But we're also trying to make sure that we're paying close attention to engagement markers, right? And trying to understand not only are we in the right places for our brand, but are we also in the places where we believe that consumers are going to engage and stick, right? Because I mentioned this earlier. Consumers have so many options in terms of where they can go for content. And so we want to make sure that not only are we thinking about the places that have maybe greater reach, but we also want to make sure that we're going to places that have staying power. And so if you look at some of the investments that we've made, particularly over the last couple of years, I think without divulging too much, I think that maybe you can see maybe a pattern starting to develop in terms of where and how we're making those investments. And frankly, how we're showing up in the marketplace relative to those investments.
Got it. No, thank you. I'm going to start the Q&A session, right? We have a question which is, I guess, more about team building. How can marketing and technology leaders structure their teams and recruit highly coveted talent for a new era that demands an increasing array of skill sets? So Matt, any insights that you can provide will be great here.
Yeah, so it sounds like that's more of a recruiting type question, right? In terms
Yeah.
of acquiring talent. Okay. So I know for us, we have a bit of a blend here at State Farm. So we certainly have our digital marketing teams here, but then we also have what we call an ET, I think industry-wide would be an IT infrastructure that kind of enables a lot of the capabilities that we have. And really focuses on making sure that those consumer experiences are where they need to be. So I'll just speak to kind of our side of the house. So for us, we want to make sure that we're focusing on acquiring talent that really understands data, right? So we talked about this just a moment ago, Ashish, just how important data is in terms of kind of understanding the overall landscape and using some of those insights to help inform your decision making. So having that kind of that bent towards data is something that's important. We're building out our capabilities and making enhancements relative to our capabilities. So making sure that we can acquire talent that can also help us understand how to deploy the creative that we're developing and doing so in ways that are going to be engaging and timely. Those are some of the other qualities that we look for. In terms of our overall recruiting strategy, I can't really get into a lot of detail there. But in terms of some of the traits that we look for in candidates and people that we want to help build out and round out what we're doing here at State Farm, having that bent towards data and really having that solid understanding of the different capabilities and how we can leverage those capabilities, I would say those two things would be tops on our list.
No, that's definitely the trend, right? Which is everyone needs to understand data, right? That's at the heart of all decision making. There's a question here, which is how are you determining where to spend time on emerging technologies?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So, and it's tough, right? And I want to make sure I'm answering the question. So, if we're talking about emerging technologies, in terms of things like Clubhouse, right? Are we talking about that, or are we talking about tools? Because I think
I would just use that question as both. I think tools as well as emerging in terms of mediums as well, in terms of how you advertise, right? Like new opportunities where one can advertise.
Yeah. So let me start with mediums. So lots of new mediums popping up. Yep. Clubhouse was the new thing until, well, Quibi is probably a better example. I think Quibi was the new thing until it wasn't. Clubhouse, I think the jury's still out on things like Clubhouse. Yep. And so you have to be really intentional about how you make those decisions. For us, we do quite a bit of vetting. And so I mentioned that OMD is our media partner, and they're great about kind of digging into to really what's under the hood when it comes to some of those new platforms that are popping up. But I guess the thing I would say is that is at least as we're thinking about a platform, it has to be a platform that is that best serves the business needs that we have in ways that we want to engage with consumers. And not every platform is designed for that. There are going to be some platforms that are better suited for that than others. And so we just have to be just very mindful of what those platforms are. Fortunately for us, OMD as a partner has been with us for a while and has a really good sense for our tolerance levels when it comes to the types of platforms that we want to be on. Brand safety is certainly something that's top of mind for us. So if you think about a platform like Clubhouse, that right now is still trying to get their arms around how they manage brand safety as a platform. Don't know how much you're gonna see and hear and feel State Farm in the Clubhouse environment, right? But that doesn't mean that there aren't other platforms that we're exploring that are maybe a little bit more nascent. that maybe you don't quite expect us to be there. But given the way that we're thinking about our brand and contemporizing ourselves and doing things differently, maybe you will. So I think from a platform standpoint, that's how I'd answer that question. In terms of capabilities, we're always trying to be mindful of the capabilities that we already have and the capabilities that are out there that can help supplement where we are and maybe bridge the gap from where we are to where we need to be. And so I think maybe answering that question might divulge a little more than we would like, but I can tell you that in terms of not only modernizing our brand, but modernizing our digital capabilities, we are definitely looking at a variety of platforms to make sure that we are showing up to consumers in a way that makes it easy for them to interact with us and allows for them to do so on their terms. So we're definitely thinking about platforms. We're definitely thinking about capabilities. And those are just some of the elements that we consider as we're doing that. So hopefully that answers your question.
No, I think, no, that was quite comprehensive. You covered both from a medium as well as from a tooling perspective. So really appreciate that, Matt. There's a question here, which is, what is State Farm thinking in terms of, I guess, the theme of or the purpose in its marketing effort, right? What's the theme that, and you could think about it as going forward as well as, in general, what's the theme that State Farm tries to communicate to consumers, right? Is it about trust? Is it about, what are the primary themes that you tend to focus your marketing efforts on?
Yeah, there are two that come to mind for me, Ashish. There, so the first would be just kind of the overall cultural DNA that represents State Farm, and that's the idea of being a good neighbor, right? It's as corny as it might sound to some. That is foundational to who we are. If you look at the makeup of the people in our company, if you look at what we've done in our communities, if you look at our agency force and what they do in their respective communities, I think it's hard to argue how much the being a good neighbor actually means to us. And so as you think about different themes and how we show up in the marketplace, they are largely around what we can do to make sure that we are helping people. We're in the insurance business. We make a variety of promises every day to millions of people to make sure that we're taking care of them in their time of need. And that's a primary focus for us. And so we want to do that in ways that are authentic and real. And so we want to make sure that as we're showing up in the marketplace, that the way that we do so is consistent with those values that we have. So that would be the first thing I would say. I would say in terms of our go-to-market approach, at least here recently, we focused a little bit more on price. So there are some longstanding misconceptions about State Farm and how price competitive we are. We're actually more price competitive than you might think. But in a lot of ways, our research seems to suggest that many people view us as an aspirational brand, which is certainly high praise, and we're flattered by that. But we also know that can scare some folks off when it comes to maybe taking a look at us from an insurance standpoint. And so we want to make sure that people understand that we are indeed price competitive. And so we have our surprisingly great rates campaign that we've launched within the last 12 months that you're going to continue to see us lean into over the coming months. Because we have I think a bit of a barrier to overcome when it comes to people's perception of how price competitive State Farm really is. Uh-oh, guys, did I lose you or did you lose me?
I'm having some connectivity issues.
Okay.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Alan, is it me or is it?
No, it's not you, Ashish.
Okay.
He said he's having some kind of. We can hear you, Ashish. Oh, now you're back.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, no, the connectivity dropped off. Sorry, guys. Apologies for that.
Oh, no worries. I just want to make sure it wasn't me.
No, yeah.
Technology.
I know.
Yes.
All right.
Well, anyway, guys, thank you so much for that. It's just really, that's fascinating because, from my POV, State Farm and insurance, is sort of such an iconic brand. The insurance industry in general is always cited when people say, who uses data in the TV industry? It's like, financial companies, insurance companies. So it was really interesting to sort of hear what you guys are up to and how that's all going on. So thank you so much for that. And now we're going to move on. We actually have, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Presentation right now from Michael Merced, who's the Vice President of Sales at LG Ads. And Michael is going to throw something up on screen. And I'm going to wait till he gets on. Here he is. And here we go. I'm off for the next 10 minutes. Take it away, Michael.
Thank you, Alan. And thanks to the larger group for including me in this conference. So today I'm here to talk about data-driven connected TV. There's three main points I want to cover today. So the first is simply why use connected TV as a media channel. The next is how to use data-driven CTV to more effectively reach audiences. And then the last is just how do we buy this medium? What's the best way to buy it? So as a quick overview of what LG Ads does, we offer exclusive data from the LG TVs as well as a bunch of other manufacturers. We also have exclusive media inventory on the connected TV space. And beyond just targeting viewers on CTV, we also are able to measure the effect of this medium along with linear TV on actual business outcomes. So things like sales, visitation to a retailer, website actions, that sort of stuff. So first to cover why use CTV. So I think there's a couple key points here. The first being is streaming consumption. So I don't think this is a surprise to anyone, but people are heavily watching streaming TV. And even, the older generations here are still watching it at a high rate. But when we start getting down to the millennials and Gen Z audiences, essentially everyone is watching streaming TV. So simply to reach your entire target audience, you need to use a mix of connected TV as well as traditional linear television. When we drill down to actual media consumption, the trend here is that as we get to younger audiences, that connected TV viewing time actually exceeds that of linear TV viewing. So again, to reach these audiences, whether it's an older audience or even a younger audience, we need connected TV as a medium. Now, to get into data-driven connected TV. So there's a couple ways to buy connected TV. I think the traditional method was go to connected TV publishers, buy this format, and hope it generates reach and frequency in the places you need it. However, data-driven CTV allows you to guarantee these things to happen. One of the major drawbacks of linear TV is the inability to frequency cap, right? When we talk about digital channels, that's a standard part of almost every buy. With linear, the amount of TV someone watches and what they watch on TV as far as networks and shows is determining what they're seeing from an ad perspective. And this chart on the right is demonstrating this. When we look at the share of households by frequency level, you see a relatively even distribution. But when we look at that impression share factoring in frequency, those heavy TV viewers are getting overserved ads, which generates media waste higher than that frequency you'd like. And I think even more importantly, those lower frequency viewers, those lighter TV viewers, are not getting to the frequency levels needed to create business outcomes. So what companies like us can do is actually target viewers of television ads, of linear television ads, but only add frequency in the places we need it against those lighter TV viewers, while not adding frequency in the places that are already excessive. The other, I think, promise of connected TV is to generate additional reach. However, when you're just buying publisher direct, you really don't know what amount that's going to happen until after the campaign. So in our case, we can actually suppress viewers of your linear TV ads, which adds pure incremental reach above that of linear TV. And this kind of demonstrated here, when we look at linear TV, there's this classic diminishing return curve from a reach perspective. That first dollar spent on linear is very effective at generating reach. However, you get to a certain point where pretty much every dollar is only generating additional frequency versus reach. So by suppressing viewers of your TV ad and serving connected TV, we're able to add that reach in a very efficient way, not dealing with that diminishing return. And beyond targeting viewers of your brand's TV ads with connected TV, we also can do a bunch of different kind of tactical executions. So for instance, we're able to target viewers of your competitors' TV ads. So in a place that's very cluttered, kind of auto, CPG, all these major categories, using your competitors' TV spend, you can actually benefit your own brand. Beyond that, we can also target viewers of TV content, gaming, movie viewership. So all these viewership, much like on digital, speaks to the behavior of a customer. So we're able to align around those passion points of a consumer via TV viewership. The last point, I think this is very important, is how do we buy this medium with data-driven connected TV? So there's been a lot of trends in the industry as far as consolidation of who offers TV data and inventory. In the past, there were a large number of ad tech companies who licensed TV data and inventory via the actual TV manufacturers. Over time, the manufacturers saw value in this. They realized how valuable their data and inventory was. Because of that, they brought this in-house. So I think some great examples are Vizio as a company was licensing TV and data in the past, and now they've brought that in-house. Ourselves, LG, in the past were licensing TV data out to a couple ad tech companies and have now brought it entirely in-house as an exclusive offering. And the list goes on. Samsung, Amazon Fire, Roku, all these platforms are managing their owned and operated connected TV inventory and data. So that brings us to how to buy this. I think the good news for marketers is there's now a relatively small set of companies offering their data and inventory. What that gives you the ability to do is buy data targeted CTV and not deal with the frequency issues, duplication issues with data sets that may have been there in the past when working through intermediary companies. The same goes for measurement, actually measuring that effectiveness across the entire universe and making sure you're reaching consumers. So as a whole, the kind of summary here is connected TV is a necessary medium because of the trend of viewership and consumption of television across the age ranges. So it's needed to reach these audiences. The second being is data-driven CTV allows you to not guess these outcomes, but rather utilize targeting to make sure they're happening. And then finally, buying direct from owned and operated data sets from the actual TV manufacturers allows you to do this at a very effective level. And Alan, happy to answer any questions that have come up.
Hey, Michael. Yeah, I have not seen any questions, but thank you so much for this. This is great. I feel like you've just done sort of a preview reel for the bigger report that we're doing with you guys, Vizio, and Samsung over the next year. This is such an important yet underplayed piece of the smart TV ecosystem in general. Because what all of the big three smart TV OEMs now have is you all have your own content, right? You have a FAST, a free ad-supported streaming TV service. So you got hundreds of linear channels. So you have places to run the ads. You have your own data and measurement. and you have your own, your own ad sales. And mostly, which I think is the most important thing for the brand audience here, is in something you had mentioned, is the ability to sort of, cap frequency. So what happens with a content-driven, content-driven partner is that lots of different people are selling their ads. It may be the Trade Desk, it may be SpotX, it may be through Roku, it may be, and then you also have people, the linear TV companies, CBS, NBC are selling stuff, and they have no way to know where it's all coming in from and all that. With LG, you guys see everything that's coming on the glass, so you're able to say, okay, you know what, this person already saw 10 of your ads, and you told us you wanted to cap it. Let's see what we can do here now. And that's a solution to a huge problem that's going, that so many advertisers seem to face. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I don't want to be too self-serving, right?
Yeah.
With ourselves, we're a major player, but I think the good point is, as a previous media buyer, it gets harder the more partners you're working with, right? And that I think the consolidation in the industry makes it a lot simpler, much in the same way you buy, say, television, right?
Right.
As a brand, you don't just go and buy your entire schedule with ABC, right? You work with NBC, CBS, Fox, and I think the same goes now in the connected TV space.
Exactly. And people are moving around. Like if your main TV in the living room is an LG TV, that's what you're watching that night. It's not like you're suddenly going, oh, I'm going to go watch, a different TV in a different room. You're in one place. So it makes the whole thing a lot easier.
Well said. I appreciate it.
Thanks, man. No, and thank you. So check out TV Rev for this smart TV report that we've got coming up. And now we're going to move on to our next presentation. Again, thank you, Michael.
Thanks so much.
We're going to spend this is the last session of the day. And we've got Steve Hartman, who's the head of integrated marketing at Experian, and Laura Schneider, who's director of sales and strategy at LG, and she's going to be the moderator. So welcome to the stage, Steve and Laura, and thank you guys. I have been the last presentation of the day many times, so props for hanging in there, and bring it home, guys. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Alan.
You're welcome. Steve, unmute. You're muted, Steve.
Of course I am, because that's what happens in this day and age.
Steve and I are actually joking because we're both very much sports fans, that we can definitely be the closers in regards to this 3-day event. I'll do my best to be Kenley Jansen for the Dodgers, for all of our Dodger fans that are out there. So we are super excited to be the closers. And again, I'm Laura Schneider. I'm the director of sales and strategy at LG Ads. And I'm really excited to introduce Steve Hartman, who is at Experian right now, running a lot of integrated marketing techniques and has a really great background from a lot of different brands. So we want to kick us off by, Steve, you telling us a little bit about your previous backgrounds and your role at Experian.
Sure. Thank you so much, Laura. So right now I'm the head of integrated marketing at Experian, which means pretty much responsible for all paid media, all user acquisition channels, with a pretty big, with a pretty big marketing budget. My career has been, it's been kind of, touched a lot of different types of marketing. I mean, I started as a brand marketer at Fox, and I think the minute that I moved to foxsports.com and I started in my digital career, I was kind of labeled as a performance marketer, because that's just kind of how it was. And I went to eHarmony, where we had a really good mix of brand and performance. I was the first marketing hire there, and so got to see some pretty amazing growth. We hit lightning in a bottle with kind of the user testimonials and just the different just kind of being a differentiator in the market, a disruptor to like the Match.com way. And that was a lot of fun. And from there, I went to Gamefly, another subscription service. That was the Netflix of video games. And again, it was very, very, very DR centric. And I think, I think I almost lost my way around what brand marketing was. But I think now you think about brand and performance, they you don't really have to have one or the other. I think you have to have both. And I think the lines of both are kind of blurred these days.
So true. I actually think we might have crossed over a little bit at eHarmony. I was at Omnicom on the mobile team, and we were doing a ton in regards to actual subscriptions for the apps themselves, and even back to a lot of the spots that really the doctor was the main lead. So it always was kind of this blend between the art and the science of what's happening from a branding standpoint or a DR standpoint. And it seems like your career has followed that path, which has been really exciting. And I would just love for you to kind of talk a little bit more about how you're able to blend or even merge those two different metrics together, even if it's just talking about Experian currently.
Yeah, definitely. So, Experian, I think when I took over, for handling most of paid media, I think we TV really well, or we did TV, a lot of TV, kind of didn't measure it that well. And then we did a lot of like lower funnel, like, search and affiliate stuff. And I think we missed a lot of what was in the middle, and I think that digital video, all those elements, but also with TV, I mean, there's a smart way to do TV. I mean, we're not Coke and Pepsi and Ford. I mean, we had I should say, we're a credit bureau. And so, some people think of, or most people think of a credit bureau as a place that you don't really want to go, right? It's kind of like the DMV. It's like, I go there if, there's something wrong, right? And I go there if I have to dispute something. And so we kind of had that negative connotation around us. So for us, it was like, how do we become a consumer brand and get people thinking away from that? So that was like, that was one thing. That was kind of like that brand, reestablishment that we had to do. But we also needed to kind of build our user base and get people into our products and compete with, the Credit Karmas of the world who had a great, consumer experience. And so, I think, we've done a really interesting job of doing of this, right? We hired John Cena to be our company spokesperson, to make it, really kind of keep things light. We also, have, user testimonials, kind of like back in the eHarmony days, which I think, throw some validity to the messaging and the marketing. But, also we had to be really smart with digital. We had to create an experience that was, that was free, first of all. We were always, forcing people into kind of a paid product, and everybody knows that you can get your credit score report for free, from your bank, from your credit card, from a number of other of our competitors. So we kind of, moved into this freemium model. And then also we launched Experian Boost, which, it was a revolutionary product. It was, it's actually the first time and the only place where you can go and actually improve your credit score. You can add trade lines to your, to your credit file. You can add your cell phone payments. You can add your utilities. You can add your Netflix payments, by connecting your bank account. And, that I think kind of set us to this next level. So it's like we had, we knew the media would work if we had the right offer and the right product. And, I think that the last thing that we did was we switched to kind of a mobile first experience, and we were always mobile last, and it was kind of embarrassing, honestly. And you know, we focused on our app, and we made this like really simplified version of our product, and we put it in our app, and then started slowly making the app our main call to action. And so that allowed us to unlock a lot of the digital channels. So we can talk about that later too. But you know, I think all of those things together, you know, are the key to kind of our marketing strategy, and kind of how we went from, you know, just buying branded TV and paid search to kind of having like this well-rounded, you know, marketing and media plan.
Yeah, and even some of the most recent spots I've seen in regards to the Boost product is actually filmed, or the outline is on a mobile device, which is really neat. And also is like, hey, we're moving to this mobile first approach. So I'd love now, before we kind of go into some more of those details of how you're buying and how you're measuring success, if we could show the community that's tuned in both the brand John Cena spot as well as the Boost spots. If you have those ready to go, or if you could pull them up, it'd be great.
Oof.
If not, we could definitely talk more about them.
There we go. All right.
Nice. Nicely done. Technology.
This credit app will save you money.
This credit app will save me money. This credit app will save me.
You're gonna have to pay for that.
Put it on my tab.
What happened?
You were brainwashed. That app is trash. Only with Experience app can you get your free FICO score.
The credit score 90% of top lenders use.
And raise it instantly with Experience.
I got 13 points.
Boost your credit scores instantly, only with
Experience.
Download the Experience app now.
Welcome to That's What I Thought. Let's get right to it. Travel to Mars takes 7 months, but you can raise your credit scores instantly with
Experience.
This tool doesn't fix scars, it can help you save on them.
Can I phone a friend?
No.
Experience.
That's it for ways to raise your credit scores instantly. Next up, Purple Cows and credit card facts.
13 points? I am a winner.
Boost your credit scores and save. Free, only with
Experience.
Go to Experian.com or get the app now. Now there's a new way Experian Boost can raise your credit scores.
I had no idea I could raise my credit score just by paying my monthly streaming service. We're all doing that, right?
Now, paying for Netflix, Hulu, and more can boost your credit scores. Only at Experian.com/boost.
So nice. I mean, that purple cow, how come it's purple? Was there anything that you kind of thought of in the rationale for making it purple?
The cow always threw me for a loop when our agency gave us that, and it was like, you know, is John Cena the star of this, or is the cow the star of it? But it's almost like the cow wouldn't do well on its own, but somehow as John Cena's sidekick seemed to work.
So Batman and Robin. So John Cena's Batman and Robin has got to be the purple cow.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, I think, you know, I wanted to show those spots. Obviously, you had the John Cena spots, which are, you know, kind of our big brand spots, but they, you know, but they have a strong call to action at the end. So I think that's something that we're always going to stick with. You know, it's a, you know, it's a live action branded spot, but, you know, at the end you have the app, and the end you have the call to action, and you have John Cena saying, you know, download the app. You know, it holds a little bit more weight. So, you know, that's, you know, for us, that's kind of, I mean, there are brand spots, but they're performance spots, I mean, as well. So we launched, this is the second year with Cena, and we launched in the AFC Championship game, that the newest spot. So it was the first one that you saw. And that day, in that spot, the instant impact of that spot was like greater than anything we've ever seen. You know, and it actually took down the site for a few minutes. And it was like, I mean, that's why we buy TV, right? It's like you get this, you know, you get this unduplicated reach, you get this, you know, massive viewing audience in one spot, and it worked out for us.
So John Cena broke the internet. That's amazing.
Doesn't he always?
Very true. Probably among a lot of other things back in his wrestling days. But just in regards to a lot of the way that you're looking at upper funnel TV, I know that you're mirroring a lot of what you're doing in performance as well as branding. But, TV, I feel like you guys have a very different approach to TV in general. So I'd first like to kind of start about how you buy TV, and then I would like to move to more of kind of this tentpole event or very topical things that we've seen in the industry around something like the Oscars, seeing less than 50% of viewership that they saw the year before, and what you're looking towards in the future, knowing what you're seeing from how you've historically bought TV.
Yeah, I mean, generally we do look for those tentpole, those tentpole events, like you mentioned. For us, those include NFL, March Madness, the Olympics this year. We've definitely looked at award shows and bought award shows, which is kind of a interesting topic that's been around, the media circles lately, where no one's watching award shows. That's kind of not surprising, because there haven't been that many new movies out, and media is just a little bit kind of taking a year off. But we try to align big launches, new spots around those types of events, right? That's the unduplicated reach. That's like the big hit, that we love to see and we love to feel as a business. We feel something like that, right? Like if we run in a NFC, or if we run in a football playoff game, or in a March Madness, opening day, we feel it as a business, and then we also kind of layer in, then we have to layer in the rest, right? And so with our cable buy, we use simul media, so that we actually buy an audience rather than buy programming, essentially. And I think that's been really helpful for us. It's almost like our DR arm, for buying, I would say. We always used to buy, prime time and network prime when we had it, but network prime and it just isn't what it used to be. I think it's down like 12% quarter over quarter. It's just, there's just not a lot of original programming there anymore. And so kind of taken that out, and we've replaced a lot of that with CTV, and obviously this is perfect after the LG ads presentation that just happened. I think his name was Michael on your team, and a lot of those stats are exactly the reason why we buy CTV as well, and we have to buy CTV. And it's like, it was one of those things that we never really focused on, because the measurement wasn't there for us. And so we have a really strong internal attribution model, the TV attribution model that we've built in and we've worked on for years, and we kind of can figure out the efficiency of our TV buy, from the tentpole stuff to the DR cable daytime news, airings. And so we had that. And so, for me, it was like, do we buy CTV? It's, 2 to 3 times more expensive. I'm not able to measure it, but I know my audience is there. So, what do I do there? And so it's like, we kind of slowly started doing more and more. And it's definitely a bigger part of our, of kind of our media mix now. I think you and I can talk a lot about, what it means to buy, connected TV with, the incremental reach, with, the frequency capping that that Michael spoke of. It was Michael, right, Laura?
Yes, yeah.
Michael. Michael spoke of, and just like the digital targeting, right? Buying TV the way that you would buy digital, and then also I think, the other thing that Michael spoke of, which is, awesome. And we do a little bit of, with some of our partners, is the suppression, of linear TV viewers, and so, all of that stuff, leads us to kind of putting more of our marketing dollars to, to streaming.
Yeah, and also just in that example, I know you mentioned that, looking forward to this year, someone like Viacom, MTV, and VH1 are sold out for the rest of the year. So replacing some of that reach that you could have gotten because you can't have it right now because it's sold out, with layering audiences such as MTV viewers or VH1 viewers on top of your CTV buy is a huge way to capture that reach that you're missing because you just don't have the availability to get it, as well as those reach numbers are lower. Something we're really excited about at LG Ads is we have this exclusive owned and operated inventory that's on the screen where you can still have, a full screen video ad that's targeted to that same audience, but in a very different way than how you would buy linear.
Right. Yeah. I mean, honestly, you kind of hit on something that, I probably should have mentioned earlier, but yeah, I mean, it's, linear TV is, I mean, you have, these, decreased viewer rates, and then you have more competition, right? You have these brands that have just been sitting on marketing budgets for months and months and years. You have categories that were like basically asleep for a lot of 2020, like travel, that they all have a ton of money and they're ready to put it in market. And, in 2020, everyone pulled out of the market. We pulled in, we pushed in, and we took advantage of these like amazing rates. And we had, we shifted a lot of our buy from some of the broadcast prime stuff to like daytime news. And, you had a CNN airing at 4:00 that had more viewers than, ABC primetime show that night, and so things were just different. And so, yeah, I mean, like you said, that, there is, there's an inventory situation right now that's happening on linear. And yeah, I mean, Viacom was, a lot of the Viacom networks are completely sold out, through the next quarter. You have, the NBA on ESPN, ABC, and TNT is sold out, through the second round of the playoffs a month ago. And so, finding your audience, is getting harder, right? And so, finding this, unique reach through connected, makes sense.
Absolutely. And would you say that if you're looking back at 2020 versus how you're looking at 2021, it's more competitive and more crowded in 21 or in 20?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this year is, we're already seeing, I mean, we're already seeing, the competition. And then we're in FinServe, so we're a fintech company, and fintech in itself took this leap in ways that no one really expected, right? It was, from, it used to just be, all the lenders, all the credit card companies and banks, you have insurance, if you wanted to call that into FinServe, that's who was buying, all the media. That's who our competition was. And then now it's like, Robinhood and Chime, and, you have Coinbase, and, how you have all these, you have these, kind of ancillary, fintech companies that have come in, and they're all apps, right? And so we're competing against these guys, even though they're not our competition in the product. It's the competition in, in the consumer, the consumer that we're trying to reach. And so, that's created another, kind of another hurdle for us to climb. And so, it's been interesting. I mean, honestly, it's going to be a crazy year, and I know that we're not going to be able to kind of meet our pandemic numbers. We were, it was pretty awesome that everybody was in front of their computers and in front of the TV for the majority of last year, because we were reaching those people, and they had time to go and check their scores and reports and stuff, because they were concerned about what was going to happen to their financial stability. And so now we're just going to be kind of focused on new ways of reaching these people, and kind of new angles to do so as well.
Well, even just kind of thinking of another timely trend that's happening in our world right now. I mean, the housing boom is here, and we're especially experiencing it on the coast. And with the Boost product, like, have you guys seen more actual signups and visits based on this housing boom that's happening?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think there's a lot of macro conditions that probably helped us. I think one, refis was the first one. Refis, even before the housing boom. The housing boom was kind of happening, but I think there was a lot of people kind of waiting, kind of in a wait and see situation. But refis just like went nuts last year, biggest refi year ever, and with rates staying low, it's just made so much sense. And so, yeah, we saw a lot of increased demand there. And that was interesting because, we don't usually see or feel that as much, but we definitely did. Now I think, yeah, there's definitely a lot of, there's a lot of buzz. There's a lot of, there's a lot of people in the market for homes. There's a lot of people that have money right now. Again, they've kind of been sitting on their dollars too. And they're, they've been in the same house, and they're looking to upgrade in different ways. And also, home improvement loans and things like that. All those things are happening, and they're all reasons for people to want to check their credit, and people to want to know that they can have a better credit score, and a better credit score leads to better rates, and all that. So it definitely trickles down to us when you have that kind of condition that's happening around you that impacts credit.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly didn't know that I could use my streaming services, which I have about 5 or 6 within my household, to help my credit score. So that is definitely something that I will take as a follow-up from this conversation. So that's really exciting. And I love the consumer just user experience from the ads themselves. So I know we've talked a lot about really upper funnel type buying, but I did want to lean a little bit on your agency relationship with Camelot and some things you guys are doing to stick out, because there is a lot of competition from some straight direct competitors or secondary competitors that are very much in the app game. So can you tell us a little bit about some things you're doing to stick out with the Camelot team?
Yeah, so Camelot, kind of an under the radar agency out of Dallas. We've been with them for, I think, 7 years. And that they're very data driven, data focused. We're a data company. We align pretty well. It's not always easy to get our data, our first party data. We're also a credit bureau, so we have to, double, triple protect ourselves in every way. So, I think one of the things is really just, using our data to really better target, our desired audience. I think that's first and foremost. I think, we can talk a lot about, there's been so much talk about, iOS 14.5 and the cookieless world that, I don't want to spend time there, but, that's a reality that we're going to have to deal with. But that makes our first party data even more valuable. So I think one of the things that Camelot helped us do was really break through in digital. And I think our shift into mobile app also helped us do that. Whereas we couldn't make, Facebook and a lot of the social media platforms work for us when we were driving to a web registration, mobile web registration. When we switched to an app download CTA, it changed things for us. It unlocked Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Snap, TikTok, even YouTube, really, from a measurement perspective, from a scalability perspective, with the Boost product, we also got younger. So, we were now, instead of targeting these people that could afford a, premium subscription to Experian for credit or Experian for identity protection, we had this freemium business that, this freemium service with Boost that, really resonates with millennials and even younger. And so, I think that kind of led to, our ability to really, make digital work, make social work, make social video work, all of those things.
Yeah, and just, TikTok's always been a fascinating platform for me. What was your TikTok campaign like? Was it an influencer based, or what? Tell us a little bit more about TikTok specifically.
Yeah, I was probably the most skeptical of anyone on my team for that. I was like, TikTok, it's great. Do we want to reach like 12 to 17-year-olds or what? And you kind of look at the breakout of the audience and how massive it is and how big their 18 plus, reach is, and it's pretty massive. And then it's like, okay, well, we're still Experian, can we do anything that's cool enough to, break through? And, some of the Cena stuff works really well, because, it's Cena, but, what works best is kind of like the user generated type of videos, the testimonials, and it's, because I think everyone's used to the camera in their face, that whole selfie, view. And when you have, you have the person, captures you and, you have kind of the scrolling text as well and those things. And it works, and that audience is really receptive to ads and to the right ads. And so, if you told me, a year ago that TikTok was going to be a major part of our, acquisition strategy, I would have said no chance. But yeah, it's been great. Snap's been great as well for the same reason. It's like they have great ad tools, honestly. Like they really, they do a good job for advertisers that have an app experience. And so, that helps as well.
Awesome. Yeah, I have a lot of friends over at both companies, and they work really hard to make things more seamless in regards to, the user flow and whatnot. So it's very exciting that Experian has been dipping their toes in a lot of those different platforms, especially to reach millennials. I think we're getting closer to time, which is exciting. But, one last question that I would like to ask is, when we're looking back at 2020 and looking forward to 2021, what are you most excited about for 2021?
Most excited about.
This could be professional or personal. So it could be your favorite foodie restaurant that you're going to visit now that things are opening back up in Southern California, or it could be professional.
Definitely looking forward to getting back into the restaurant scene. I moved down to Orange County and missed a lot of my favorite LA spots for sure. There's the food doesn't compare unless you like chain restaurants. But professionally, I think a lot of the, I spoke to some of the things that I think I'm concerned about. I think it's the opening of the world. We're actually starting to see kind of a slowdown already, and it makes sense, right? People just don't want to be in front of their computer. They don't want to be checking their credit. They don't want to be doing anything online. They don't want to be watching TV. They've been doing it for 12 months. It's like, let's get out in the world, and that's going to be it's going to be hard, right? And it's going to be a different mentality when we're trying to reach our consumers, right? We always try to do things to follow eyeballs. Like where are your consumers right now? How are they consuming media? And honestly, they might not be, for a few months. But I think mobile is going to be more important because people are just going to be on their phones rather than, in front of their laptops or iPads or whatever. So those are things I'm still concerned about. I mean, I think, as far as, I like the challenge to try to duplicate, the success we had. Last year was the best year in the history of Experian Consumer, and how are we going to top it? I think we have this series of John Cena ads that I think are pretty awesome. I showed you guys 2 of them. We have a next one launching this month, or launching at the end of May. And then we'll have another one out for the Olympics, and for an Olympics buy, that we're going to be, that we're part of as a sponsor. And, that's the stuff I get super excited about. How do we penetrate the market with something cool like that? And again, it makes my job fun, but it also makes Experian, less of a kind of a dinosaur and more of like a progressive brand. And that's something that, is really important to me.
Okay, and on that note, guys, I am the sign-off music here. Thank you both so much for that. It was great. Yes, excellent. One of the things I really love is seeing all of the different creative on these things. So the John Cena ads and stuff, and the emphasis on creative too. In other words, so often, and this is my closing remark here, so often I find myself at things that are run by either publishers, programmers, or at or ad tech companies, and we're always talking about what brands want, what brands are thinking. And so it was such a nice experience to spend 3 days actually hearing what brands are thinking about and speaking about, rather than just guessing at it. And also, little known fact, I had spent the first 15 years of my career as an advertising creative director. And so it's really nice to see the emphasis on creativity and this sort of understanding that the actual ad itself and the differences between the executions really matters. So that was a nice thing to see too. But I'm just going to sign off. I'm going to say some thank yous. 1, to all of our speakers, and 2, to the team at Brand Innovators, to Mark and Jared and Lauren and Ravina and Isabel and Annie and Vishal and Izzy. Thank you so much for making this a great success. Thanks to all of our speakers and everybody in the audience who stayed with us for 3 days. And stay tuned for more details on our upcoming events, including the Brand Innovators 10th anniversary, Brand Innovators at Cannes, and many, many more. So have a great